Introduction, Part 1, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. The Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846, by Henry David Thoreau. Introduction, Part 1. Thoreau was a man of his own kind. Many things may be said of him, favorable and unfavorable, but this must surely be said first, that, taken for all in all, he was like nobody else. Taken for all in all, be it remarked. Other men have despised common sense. Other men have chosen to be poor, and as between physical comfort and better things, have made light of physical comfort. Other men, whether to their credit or discredit, have held and expressed a contemptuous opinion of their neighbors and all their neighbors' doings. Others, a smaller number, believing in an absolute goodness and in a wisdom transcending human knowledge, have distrusted the world as evil, accounting its influence degrading, its prudence no better than cowardice, its wisdom a kind of folly, its morality a compromise, its religion a bargain, its possessions a defilement and a hindrance, and so, judging of the world, have striven at all cost to live above it and apart. And some, no doubt, have loved nature as a mistress, fleeing to her from less congenial company, and devoting a lifetime to the observation and enjoyment of her ways. In no one of these particulars was the hermit of Walden without forerunners. But taken for all that he was, poet, idealist, stoic, cynic, naturalist, spiritualist, lover of purity, seeker of perfection, panegyrist of friendship, and dweller in a hermitage, free thinker and saint, where shall we look to find his fellow? It seems but the plainest statement of fact to say that, as there was none before him, so there is scanty prospect of any to come after him. His profession was literature. As to that, there is no sign that he was ever in doubt. And he understood from the first that for a writing man nothing could take the place of practice, partly because that is the one means of acquiring ease of expression, and partly because a man often has no suspicion of his own thoughts until his pen discovers them. And almost from the first, a friend, Emerson or another, having given him the hint, he had come to feel that no practice is better or readier than the keeping of a journal, a daily record of things thought, seen, and felt. Such a record he began soon after leaving college, and being one of 1,000 in this respect as in others, he continued it to the end. By good fortune he left it behind him, and to complete the good fortune, it is at last printed, no longer in selections, but as a whole. And if a man is curious to know what such an original, plain-spoken, perfection-seeking, convention-despising, dogma-disbelieving, wisdom-loving, sham-hating, nature-worshipping, poverty-proud genius was in the habit of confiding to so patient a listener at the close of the day, he has only to read the book. The man himself is there. Something of him, indeed, is to be discovered, one half imagines, in the outward aspect of the 39 manuscript volumes, ordinary blank books of the sort furnished by country shopkeepers 50 or 60 years ago, larger or smaller as might happen, and of varying shapes. A customer seeking such wares must not be too particular. One remembers Thoreau's complaint that the universal preoccupation with questions of money rendered it difficult for him to find a blank book that was not ruled for dollars and cents, still neatly packed in the strong wooden box which their owner, a workman needing not to be ashamed, made with his own hands on purpose to hold them. A pretty full result of a short life they seem to be, as one takes up volume after volume. The largest are found to contain about 100,000 words, and turns the leaves, the handwriting strong and rapid, leaning well forward in its haste, none too legible, slow reading at the best, with here and there a word that is almost past making out, the orthography that of a naturally good speller setting down his thoughts at full speed and leaving his mistakes behind him, and the punctuation, to call it such, no better than a makeshift, after the model of Sterne's, if one chooses to say so, a spattering of dashes and little else. As for the matter, it is more carefully considered, less strictly improvised than is customary with diarists. It is evident, in fact, from references here and there, that many of the entries were copied from an earlier penciled draft, made presumably in the field with the eye on the object, while the work as a whole has been more or less carefully revised, with erasures, emendations, and suggested alternative readings. As we have said, if a man wishes to know Thoreau as he was, let him read the book. One thing he may be sure of, he will find himself in clean, self-respecting company, with no call to blush, as if he were playing the eavesdropper. Of confessions, indeed, in the spicy sense of the word, Thoreau had none to make. He was no Montaigne, no Rousseau, no Samuel Pepys. How should he be? He was a Puritan of Massachusetts, though he kept no Sabbath, was seen in no church, being very different from Mr. Pepys in more ways than one, and esteemed the Hebrew Scriptures as a good book like any other. Once, indeed, when he was 34 years old, he went to a party. For anything we know, that, with a little sowing of wild oats in the matter of smoking dried lily stems when a boy, was as near as he ever came to dissipation, and he did not like it. It is a bad place to go to, he says. 30 or 40 persons, mostly young women, in a small room, warm and noisy. One of the young women was reputed to be pretty-looking, but he scarcely looked at her, though he was introduced, and he could not hear what she said, because there was such a clacking. I could imagine better places for conversation, he goes on, where there should be a certain degree of silence surrounding you, and less than 40 talking at once. Why, this afternoon even, I did better. There was old Mr. Joseph Hosmer and I ate our luncheon of cracker and cheese together in the woods. I heard all he said, though it was not much, to be sure, and he could hear me. And then he talked out of such a glorious repose, taking a leisurely bite at the cracker and cheese between his words, and so some of him was communicated to me, and some of me to him, I trust. He entertains a shrewd suspicion that assemblies of this kind are got up with a view to matrimonial alliances among the young people. For his part, at all events, he doesn't understand the use of going to see people whom yet you never see, and who never see you. Some of his friends make a singular blunder. They go out of their way to talk to pretty women as such. Their prettiness may be a reason for looking at them, so much he will concede, for the sake of the antithesis, if for nothing else. But why is it any reason for talking to them? For himself, though he may be lacking a sense in this respect, he derives no pleasure from talking with a young woman half an hour simply because she has regular features. How crabbed is divine philosophy! After this, we are not surprised when he concludes by saying, "The society of young women is the most unprofitable I have ever tried." No, no, he was nothing like Mr. Samuel Pepys. The sect of young women, we may add, need not feel deeply affronted by this ungallant mention. It is perhaps the only one of its kind in the journal, by its nature restricted to matters interesting to the author, while there are multitudes of passages to prove that Thoreau's aversion to the society of older people, taken as they run, men and women alike, was hardly less pronounced. In truth, and it is nothing of necessity against him, he was not made for parties, nor for clubs, nor even for general companionship. "I am all without and in sight," said Montaigne, "born for society and friendship." So was not Thoreau. He was all within, born for contemplation and solitude. And what we are born for, that let us be, and so the will of God be done. Such, for good or ill, was Thoreau's philosophy. "We are constantly invited to be what we are," he said. It is one of his memorable sentences, an admirable summary of Emerson's essay on self-reliance. His fellow mortals, as a rule, did not recommend themselves to him. His thoughts were none the better for their company, as they almost always were for the company of the pine tree and the meadow. Inspiration, a refreshing of the spiritual faculties, as indispensable to him as daily bread, that his fellow mortals did not furnish him. For this state of things he sometimes, once or twice at least, mildly reproaches himself. It may be that he is to blame for so commonly skipping humanity and its affairs. He will seek to amend the fault, he promises. But even at such a moment of exceptional humility, his pen, reversing Balaam's role, runs into left-handed compliments that are worse, if anything, than the original offense. Hear him. "I will not avoid to go by where those men are repairing the stone bridge. I will see if I cannot see poetry in that, if that will not yield me a reflection. It is narrow to be confined to woods and fields and grand aspects of nature only. Why not see men standing in the sun and casting a shadow, even as trees? I will try to enjoy them as animals, at least." This is in 1851. A year afterward, we find him concerned with the same theme, but in a less hesitating mood. Now he is on his high horse, with apologies to nobody. "It appears to me," he begins, "that to one standing on the heights of philosophy, mankind and the works of man will have sunk out of sight altogether. Man, in his opinion, is too much insisted upon. The poet says, the proper study of mankind is man. I say, study to forget all that. Take wider views of the universe. What is the village, city, state, nation, aye, the civilized world, that it should concern a man so much? The thought of them affects me in my wisest hours, as when I pass a woodchuck's hole." A high horse indeed. But his comparison is really by no means so disparaging as it sounds, for Thoreau took a deep and lasting interest in woodchucks. At one time and another he wrote many good pages about them. For their reappearance in the spring he watched as for the return of a friend, and once at least he devoted an hour to digging out a burrow and recording with painstaking minuteness the course and length of its ramifications. A novelist, describing his heroine's boudoir, could hardly have been more strict with himself. In fact, to have said that one of Thoreau's human neighbors was as interesting to him as a woodchuck would have been to pay that neighbor a rather handsome compliment. None of the brute animals, so-called, we have it on his own authority, ever vexed his ears with pomposity or nonsense. But we have interrupted his discourse midway. "I do not value any view of the universe unto which man and the institutions of man enter very largely," he continues. "Man is a past phenomenon to philosophy." Then he descends a little to particulars. Some rarely go outdoors. Most are always at home at night. Concord people being uncommonly well brought up, it would appear. Very few indeed have stayed out all night once in their lives. Fewer still have gone behind the world of humanity and seen its institutions like toadstools by the wayside. And then, having, with this good bit of philosophical tall talk, brushed aside humanity as a very little thing, he proceeds to chronicle the really essential facts of the day. That he landed that afternoon on Tall's Island, and to his disappointment found the weather not cold or windy enough for the meadow to make its most serious impression. Also, that the staddles from which the hay had been removed were found to stand a foot or two above the water, besides which he saw cranberries on the bottom, although he forgot to mention them in their proper place, and noticed that the steam of the engine looked very white that morning against the hillside. All which setting of ordinary valuations topsy-turvy, the lords of creation below the beasts that perish, may lead an innocent reader to exclaim with one of old, "Lord, what is man, that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man, that thou visitest him?" Nevertheless, we must not treat the matter too lightly, easily as it lends itself to persiflage. Even in this extreme instance, it is not to be assumed that Thoreau was talking for the sake of talking, or merely keeping his hand in with his favorite rhetorical weapon, a paradox. That desiderated, serious impression, at all events, was no laughing matter. Rather, it was to have been the chief event of the day, of more account to Thoreau than dinner and supper both were likely to be to his farmer neighbor. As for the woodchuck, its comparative rank in the scale of animal existence, be it higher or lower, is nothing to the purpose. For Thoreau, it was simple truth that on some days and in some states of mind he found the society of such a cave-dweller more acceptable or less unacceptable than that of any number of his highly civilized townsmen. Nor is the statement one to be nervously concerned about. Any inveterate stroller, the most matter-of-fact man alive, though matter-of-fact men are not apt to be strollers, might say the same, in all soberness, with no thought of writing himself down a misanthrope or of setting himself up as a philosopher. For one thing, the woodchuck is sure to be less intrusive, less distracting than the ordinary human specimen. He fits in better with solitude and the solitary feeling. He is never in the way. Moreover, you can say to a woodchuck anything that comes into your head without fear of giving offense. A less important consideration than the other, no doubt, woodchucks as a class not being remarkably conversable, but still worthy of mention. For naturally enough, an outspoken freethinker like Thoreau found the greater number of men not so very different from ministers, of whom he said, in a tone of innocent surprise, that they could not bear all kinds of opinions, as if any sincere thought were not the best sort of truth. He walked one afternoon with Alcott, and spent an agreeable hour, though for the most part he preferred having the woods and fields to himself. Alcott was an ineffectual genius, he remarks, for ever feeling about vainly in his speech and touching nothing. One thinks of Arnold's characterization of Shelley as a beautiful and ineffectual angel, beating in the void his luminous wings in vain, which, in its turn, may call to mind Lowell's comparison of Shelley's genius to a St. Elmo's fire, playing an ineffectual flame about the points of his thought. But, after all, he was good company. Not quite so good as none, of course, but on the whole, as men go, rather better than most. At least, he would listen to what you had to offer. He was open-minded. He wasn't shut up in a creed. An honest man's thought would not shock him. You could talk to him without running up against some institution. In a word, though Thoreau doesn't say it, he was something like a woodchuck. With all his passion for that glorious society called solitude, and with all his feeling that mankind, as a past phenomenon, thought far too highly of itself, it is abundantly in evidence that Thoreau, in his own time and on his own terms, was capable of a really human delight in familiar intercourse with his fellows. Channing, who should have known, speaks, a little vaguely to be sure, of his fine social qualities. Always a genial and hospitable entertainer, he calls him. And Mr. Ricketson, who also should have known, assures us that no man could hold a finer relationship with his family than he. But of this aspect of his character, it must be acknowledged, there is comparatively little in the journal. What is very constant and emphatic here, emphatic sometimes to the point of painfulness, is the hermit's hunger and thirst after friendship, a friendship the sweets of which, so far as appears, he was very sparingly to enjoy. For if he was at home in the family group and in huckleberry excursions with children, if he relished to the full to talk with a stray fisherman, a racy-tongued woodchopper, or a good Indian, something very different seems to have been habitual with him when it came to intercourse with equals and friends. Here, even more than elsewhere, he was an uncompromising idealist. His craving was for friendship more than human, friendship such it was beyond any one about him to furnish, if it was not, as may fairly be suspected, beyond his own capacity to receive. In respect to outward things, his wealth, he truly said, was to want little. In respect to friendship, his poverty was to want the unattainable. It might have been retorted upon him in his own words that he was like a man who should complain of hard times because he could not afford to buy himself a crown. But the retort would perhaps have been rather smart than fair. He, at least, would never have acquiesced in it. He confided to his journal again and again that he asked nothing of his friends but honesty, sincerity, a grain of real appreciation, an opportunity once in a year to speak the truth. But in the end, it came always to this, that he insisted upon perfection, and not finding it, went on his way hungry. Probably it is true, one seems to divine a reason for it, that idealists, claimers of the absolute, have commonly found their fellow men a disappointment. End of Introduction, Part 1. Introduction, Part 2, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Part 2. In Thoreau's case, it was his best friends who most severely tried his patience. They invite him to see them, he complains, and then do not show themselves. He pines and starves near them. All is useless. They treat him so that he feels 1,000 miles off. I leave my friends early. I go away to cherish my idea of friendship. Surely there is no sentence in all Thoreau's books that is more thoroughly characteristic than that. And how neatly it is turned. Listen also to this, which is equally bitter and almost equally perfect in the phrasing. No fields are so barren to me as the men of whom I expect everything, but get nothing. In their neighborhood I experience a painful yearning for society. It is all a mystery to him. How happens it, he exclaims, that I find myself making such an enormous demand on men and so constantly disappointed? Are my friends aware how disappointed I am? Is it all my fault? Am I incapable of expansion and generosity? I shall accuse myself of anything else sooner. And again he goes away sorrowful, consoling himself as best he can with his own paradox. I might have loved him had I loved him less. Strange that he should have suffered in this way, many will think, with Emerson himself for a friend and neighbor. Well, the two men were friends, but neither was in this relation quite impeccable, which is as much as to say that both were human. And to judge by such hints as are gatherable on either side, their case was not entirely unlike that of Bridget Elia and her cousin, generally in harmony, with occasional bickerings, as it should be among near relations, though bickerings is no doubt an undignified term for use in this connection. It is interesting, some may deem it amusing, to put side by side the statements of the two men upon this very point. Emerson's communicated to the public shortly after his friend's death, Thoreau's entrusted 9 years before to the privacy of his journal. Emerson's speech is the more guarded, as for more reasons than one it might have been expected to be. His friend, he confesses, was somewhat military in his nature, always manly and able, but rarely tender, as if he did not feel himself except in opposition. He wanted a fallacy to expose, a blunder to pillory, I may say required a little sense of victory, a roll of the drum to call his powers into full exercise. It seemed as if his first instinct, on hearing a proposition, was to controvert it, so impatient was he of the limitations of our daily thought. This habit, of course, is a little chilling to the social affections, and though the companion would in the end acquit him of any malice or untruth, yet it mars conversation. Hence, no equal companion stood in affectionate relations with one so pure and guileless. Thoreau's entry is dated May 24th, 1853. Talked, or tried to talk, with R.W.E. Lost my time, nay, almost my identity. He, assuming a false opposition, where there was no difference of opinion, talked to the wind, told me what I knew, and I lost my time trying to imagine myself somebody else to oppose him. It is the very same picture, drawn by another pencil, with a different placing of the shadows. And since the two sketches were made so many years apart, and yet seems to be descriptive of the same thing, it is perhaps fair to conclude that this particular interview, which appears to have degenerated into something like a dispute about nothing, a very frequent subject of disputes, by the way, was not exceptional, but rather typical. Without doubt, this was one of the occasions when Thoreau felt himself treated as if he were 1,000 miles off, and went home early to cherish his idea of friendship. Let us hope that he lost nothing else along with his time and identity. But here again we are in danger of an unseasonable lightness. Friendship, according to Thoreau's apprehension of it, was a thing infinitely sacred. A friend might move him to petulance, as the best of friends sometimes will, but friendship, the ideal state shown to him in dreams, for speech concerning that there was nowhere in English, nor anywhere else, a word sufficiently noble and unsoiled. And even his friends he loved, although, tongue-tied New Englander that he was, he could never tell them so. He loved them best, and this likewise was no singularity, when they were farthest away. In company, even in their company, he could never utter his truest thought. So it is with us all. It was a greater than Thoreau who said, "We descend to meet," and greater still, perhaps, and he also a Concord man, who confessed at 50-odd, "I doubt whether I have ever really talked with half a dozen persons in my life." As for Thoreau, he knew at times, and owned as much to himself, that his absorption in nature tended to unfit him for human society. But so it was. He loved to be alone. And in this respect he had no thought of change, no thought nor wish. Whatever happened, he would still belong to no club but the true country club, which dined at the sign of the Shrub Oak. The field and the woods, the old road, the river, and the pond, these were his real neighbors. Year in and year out, how near they were to him, a nearness unspeakable, till sometimes it seemed as if their being and his were not two, but one and the same. With them was no frivolity, no vulgarity, no changeableness, no prejudice. With them he had no misunderstandings, no meaningless disputes, no disappointments. They knew him and were known of him. In their society he felt himself renewed. There he lived and loved his life. There, if anywhere, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him. Hear him on a cool morning in August, with the wind in the branches and the crickets in the grass, and think of him, if you can, as a being too cold for friendship. My heart leaps out of my mouth at the sound of the wind in the woods. I, whose life was but yesterday so desultory and shallow, suddenly recover my spirits, my spirituality, through my hearing. Ah, if I could so live that there should be no desultory moments, I would walk, I would sit and sleep with natural piety. What if I could pray aloud, or to myself, as I went along by the brookside, a cheerful prayer like the birds? For joy I could embrace the earth. I shall delight to be buried in it. And then to think of those I love among men, who will know that I love them, though I tell them not. I thank you, God. I do not deserve anything. I am unworthy of the least regard, and yet the world is gilded for my delight, and holidays are prepared for me, and my path is strewn with flowers. Oh, keep my senses pure. Highly characteristic is that concluding ejaculation. For Thoreau, the 5 senses were not organs or means of sensuous gratification, but the 5 gateways of the soul. He would have them open and undefiled. Upon that point no man was ever more insistent. Above all, no sense must be pampered, else it would lose its native freshness and delicacy, and so its diviner use. That way lay perdition. When a woman came to Concord to lecture, and Thoreau carried her manuscript to the hall for her, wrapped in its owner's handkerchief, he complained 24 hours afterward that his pocket still exhaled cologne. Faint, elusive outdoor odors were not only a continual delight to him, but a positive means of grace. So, too, he would rather not see any of the scenic wonders of the world. Only let his sense of beauty remain uncorrupted, and he could trust his Musketaquid meadows and the low hills round about to feed and satisfy him forever. Because of his jealousy in this regard, partly, and partly from ignorance it may be, just as some of his respectable village acquaintances would have found the Iliad, of which he talked so much, duller than death in comparison with the works of Mr. Sylvanus Cobb, he often spoke in slighting terms of operas and all the more elaborate forms of music. The ear, he thought, if it were kept innocent, would find satisfaction in the very simplest of musical sounds. For himself, there was no language extravagant enough to express his rapturous delight in them. Now all the romance of his youthfulest moment came flooding back upon him, and anon he was carried away till he looked under the lids of time, all by the humming of telegraph wires, or at night especially by the distant baying of a hound. To the modern musical person, certain of his confessions under this head are of a character to excite mirth. He is much indebted, for instance, to a neighbor who will now and then, in the intervals of his work, draw forth a few strains from his accordion. The neighbor is only a learner, but, says Thoreau, I find when his strains cease that I have been elevated. His daily philosophy is all of a piece, one perceives. Plain fare, plain clothes, plain company, a hut in the woods, an old book, and for inspiration the notes of a neighbor's accordion. More than once, too, he acknowledges his obligation to that famous rural entertainer and civilizer, the hand organ. All Vienna could not do more for him, he ventures to think. It is perhaps the best instrumental music that we have, he observes, which can hardly have been true. Even in Concord one prefers to believe, while admitting the possibility. If it is heard far enough away, he goes on, so that the creaking of the machinery is lost, it serves the grandest use for me. It deepens my existence. We smile, of course, as in duty bound, at so artless an avowal. But having smiled, we are bound also to render our opinion that the most blasé concert-goer, if he be a man of native sensibility, will readily enough discern what Thoreau has in mind, and with equal readiness will concede to it a measure of reasonableness. For he will have the witness in himself that the effect of music upon the soul depends as much upon the temper of the soul as upon the perfection of the instrument. One day a simple air, simply sung or played, will land him in heaven, and another day the best efforts of the full symphony orchestra will leave him in the mire. And after all, it is possibly better, albeit in poorer taste, to be transported by the wheezing of an accordion than to be bored by finer music. As for Thoreau, he studied to be a master of the art of living, and in the practice of that art, as of any other, it is the glory of the artist to achieve extraordinary results by ordinary means. To have one's existence deepened, there cannot be many things more desirable than that. And as between our unsophisticated recluse and the average musical person aforesaid, the case is perhaps not so one-sided as at first sight it looks, or, if it be, the odds are possibly not always on the side of what seems the greater opportunity. His life, the quality of his life. That, for Thoreau, was the paramount concern. To the furthering of that end, all things must be held subservient. Nature, man, books, music, all for him had the same use. This one thing he did, he cultivated himself. If any, because of his so doing, accused him of selfishness, preaching to him of philanthropy, almsgiving, and what not, his answer was already in his mouth. Mankind, he was prepared to maintain, was very well off without such helps, which oftener than not did as much harm as good. Though the concrete case at his elbow, half-clad Johnny Riordan, a fugitive slave, an Irishman who wished to bring his family over, appealed to him as quickly as to most, one is glad to notice. And however that might be, the world needed 1,000 times more than any so-called charity the sight of a man here and there living for higher ends than the world itself knows of. His own course, at any rate, was clear before him. What I am, and say not. Being is the great explainer. His life, his own life, that he must live, and he must be in earnest about it. He was no indifferent, no little carer, no skeptic, as if truth and a lie were but varying shades of the same color, and virtue, according to the old phrase, a mean between vices. You would never catch him sighing, "Oh, well," or "Who knows?" Qualifications, reconciliations, reproachments, the two sides of the shield and all that, these were considerations not in his line. Before everything else he was a believer, an idealist, that is, the last person in the world to put up with half-truths or halfway measures. If existing things were thus and so, that was no reason why, with the sect of the Sadducees, he should make the best of them. What if there were no best of them? What if they were all bad? And anyhow, why not begin new? It was conceivable, was it not, that a man should set his own example and follow his own copy? General opinion, what was that? Was a thing better established because 10,000 fools believed it? Did folly become wisdom by being raised to a higher power? And antiquity, tradition, what were they? Could a blind man of 15 centuries ago see farther than a blind man of the present time? And if the blind led the blind, then or now, would not both fall into the ditch? Yes, he was undoubtedly peculiar. As to that, there could never be anything but agreement among practical people. In a world where shiftiness and hesitation are the rule, nothing looks so eccentric as a straight course. It must be acknowledged, too, that a man whose goodness has a strong infusion of the bitter, and whose opinions turn out of the way for nobody, is not apt to be the most comfortable kind of neighbor. We were not greatly surprised lately to hear an excellent lady remark of Thoreau that, from all she had read about him, she thought he must have been a very disagreeable gentleman. It could hardly be said of him, as Mr. Birrell says of Matthew Arnold, who was himself a pretty serious person, and after a way of his own a preacher of righteousness, that he conspired and contrived to make things pleasant. Being a consistent idealist, he was, of course, an extremist, falling in that respect little behind the man out of Nazareth, whose hard sayings, by all accounts, were sometimes less acceptable than they might have been, and of whom Thoreau asserted, in his emphatic way, that if his words were really read from any pulpit in the land, there would not be left one stone of that meeting house upon another. Thoreau worshipped purity, and the everyday ethical standards of the street were to him an abomination. There are certain current expressions and blasphemous moods of viewing things, he declares, as when we say he is doing a good business, more profane than cursing and swearing. There is death and sin in such words. Let not the children hear them. That innocent-sounding phrase about a good business, as if a business might be taken for granted as good because it brought in money, was as abhorrent to him as the outrageous worldly philosophy of an old castaway like Major Pendennis is to the ordinarily sensitive reader. End of Introduction, Part 2. Introduction, Part 3, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Part 3. He was constitutionally earnest. There are pages of the journal, indeed, which make one feel that perhaps he was in danger of being too much so for his own profit. Possibly it is not quite wholesome. Possibly, if one dares to say it, it begets a something like priggishness, for the soul to be keyed up continually to so strenuous a pitch. In Thoreau's case, at all events, one is glad for every sign of a slackening of the tension. Set the red hen today. Got green grapes to stew. Painted the bottom of my boat. Trivialities like these, too far apart, one is tempted to colloquialize and call them precious few, finding them so infrequent and so welcome, strike the reader with a sudden sensation of relief, as if he had been wading to the chin, and all at once his feet had touched a shallow. So, too, one is thankful to come upon a really amusing dissertation about the tying of shoestrings, or rather about their too easy untying, a matter with which, it appears, Thoreau had for years experienced a great deal of trouble. His walking companion, Channing presumably, and himself, had often compared notes about it, concluding after experiments that the duration of a shoe tie might be made to serve as a reasonably accurate unit of measure, as accurate, say, as a stadium or a league. Channing, indeed, would sometimes go without shoestrings rather than be plagued so incessantly by their dissolute behavior. Finally, Thoreau, being then 36 years old, and always exceptionally clever with his hands, set his wits seriously at work upon knots, and by a stroke of good fortune, or a stroke of genius, hit upon one which answered his end, only to be told, on communicating his discovery to a third party, that he had all his life been tying granny knots, never having learned at school or elsewhere the secret of a square one. It might be well, he concludes, if all children were taught the accomplishment. Verily, as Hosea Biglow did not say, they didn't know everything down in Concord. More refreshing still are entries describing hours of serene communion with nature, hours in which, as in an instance already cited, the Spirit of the Lord blessed him, and he forgot even to be good. These entries, likewise, are less numerous than could be wished, though perhaps as frequent as could fairly be expected, since ecstasies, like feasts, must, in the nature of things, be somewhat broadly spaced. And it is interesting, not to say surprising, to see how frankly he looks upon them afterward as subjects on which to try his pen. In these seasons when our genius reigns, we may be powerless for expression, he remarks. But in calmer hours, when talent is again active, the memory of those rarer moods comes to color our picture, and is the permanent paint-pot, as it were, into which we dip our brush. But in truth, the whole journal, some volumes of which are carefully indexed in his own hand, is quite undisguisedly a collection of thoughts, feelings, and observations, out of which copy is to be extracted. In it, he says, I wish to set down such choice experiences that my own writings may inspire me, and at last I may make wholes of parts. Each thought that is welcomed and recorded is a nest egg by the side of which more will be laid. A born writer, he is greedy of occasions to express himself. He counts it wise to write on many subjects, so that he may find the right and inspiring one. There are innumerable avenues to a perception of the truth, he tells himself. Improve the suggestion of each object, however humble, however slight and transient the provocation. What else is there to be improved? The literary diarist, like the husbandman, knows not which shall prosper. Morning and evening he can only sow the seed. So it was with Thoreau. A strange and uncountable thing, he pronounces his journal. It will allow nothing to be predicated of it. Its good is not good, nor its bad bad. If I make a huge effort to expose my innermost and richest wares to light, my counter seems cluttered with the meanest home-made stuffs. But after months or years I may discover the wealth of India, and whatever rarity is brought overland from Cathay, in that confused heap, and what seemed a festoon of dried apple or pumpkin will prove a string of Brazilian diamonds or pearls from Coromandel. Well, we make sure that whoever tumbles the heap over now, more than 40 years after the last object was laid upon it, will be rewarded with many and many a jewel. Here, for his encouragement, are 6 out of the goodly number that one customer has lately turned up, in a hasty rummaging of the counter. When a dog runs at you, whistle for him. We must be at the helm at least once a day. We must feel the tiller rope in our hands and know that if we sail, we steer. In composition, I miss the hue of the mind. After the era of youth is past, the knowledge of ourselves is an alloy that spoils our satisfactions. How vain it is to sit down to write when you have not stood up to live. Silence is of various depths and fertility, like soil, praise should be spoken as simply and naturally as a flower emits its fragrance. Here again is a mere nothing, a momentary impression caught in ball-players' language on the fly. Nothing like a pearl from Coromandel, if you will, but at the worst a toothsome bite out of a wild New England apple. It is winter. I saw a team come out of a path in the woods, says Thoreau, as though it had never gone in, but belonged there, and only came out like Elisha's bears. There will be few country-bred Yankee boys, we imagine, who will not remember to have experienced something precisely like that, under precisely the same circumstances, though it never occurred to them to put the feeling into words, much less to preserve it in a drop of ink. That is one of the good things that a writer does for us. And our country-bred boy, if we mistake not, is likely to consider this one careless sentence of Thoreau, which adds not a cent's worth to the sum of what is called human knowledge, as of more value than any dozen pages of his painstaking botanical records. Thoreau the naturalist appears in the journal, not as a master, but as a learner. It could hardly be otherwise, of course, a journal being what it is. There we see him conning by himself his daily lesson, correcting yesterday by today, and today by tomorrow, progressing, like every scholar, over the stepping stones of his own mistakes. Of the branches he pursued, as far as the present writer can presume to judge, he was strongest in botany. Certainly it was to plants that he most persistently devoted himself, but even there he had as many uncertainties as discoveries to set down. And he set them down with unflagging zeal and unrestrained particularity. The daily account is running over with question marks. His patience was admirable, the more so as he worked entirely by himself, with few of the helps that in this better furnished time almost belie the old proverb, and make even the beginner's path a kind of royal road to learning. The day of how-to-know handbooks had not yet dawned. Of his bird studies it would be interesting, if there were room, to speak at greater length. Here, even more than in botany, if that were possible, he suffered for lack of assistance, and even in his later entries leaves the present-day reader wondering how so eager a scholar could have spent so many years in learning so comparatively little. The mystery is partly cleared, however, when it is found that until 1854, save for more than a dozen years, he studied without a glass. He does not buy things, he explains, with characteristic self-satisfaction, till long after he begins to want them, so that when he does get them, he is prepared to make a perfect use of them. It was wasteful economy. He might as well have botanized without a pocket lens. But glass or no glass, how could an ornithological observer whose power, so Emerson said, seemed to indicate additional senses, be in the field daily for 10 or 15 years before setting eyes upon his first rose-breasted grosbeak, which memorable event happened to Thoreau on the 13th of June, 1853. How could a man who had made it his business for at least a dozen years to name all the birds without a gun stand for a long time within a few feet of a large bird, so busy that it could not be scared far away, and then go home uncertain whether he had been looking at a woodcock or a snipe? How could he, when 35 years old, see a flock of sparrows and hear them sing, and not be sure whether or not they were chipping sparrows? And how could a man so strong in times and seasons, always marking dates with an almanac's exactness, how could he, so late as 52, inquire concerning the downy woodpecker, one of the more familiar and constant of year-round birds? Do we see him in the winter? And again, a year later, be found to asking whether he, the same downy woodpecker, is not the first of our woodland birds to arrive in the spring. At 36, he is amazed to the extent of double exclamation points by the sight of a flicker so early as March 29th. It fills one with astonishment to hear him, May 4th, 1853, describing what he takes to be an indigo bird after this fashion: dark throat and light beneath, and white spot on wings, with hoarse, rapid notes, a kind of twee, not musical. The stranger may have been, most likely it was, a black-throated blue warbler, which is as much like an indigo bird as a bluebird is like a blue jay, or a yellow apple like an orange. And the indigo bird, it should be said, is a common New Englander, such as one of our modern schoolboy bird-gazers would have no difficulty in getting into his list any summer day in Concord. While the warbler in question, though nothing but a migrant, and somewhat seclusive in its habits, is so regular in its passage, and so unmistakably marked, no bird more so, that it seems marvelous how Thoreau, prowling about everywhere with his eyes open, should year after year have missed it. The truth appears to be that even of the commoner sorts of birds that breed in eastern Massachusetts or migrate through it, Thoreau, during the greater part of his life at least, knew by sight and name only a small proportion, wonderful as his knowledge seemed to those who, like Emerson, knew practically nothing. Not that the journal is likely to prove less interesting to bird-loving readers on this account. On the contrary, it may rather be more so, as showing them the means and methods of an ornithological amateur 50 years ago, and especially as providing for them a desirable store of ornithological nuts to crack on winter evenings. Some such reader, by a careful collation of the data which the publication of the journal as a whole puts at his disposal, will perhaps succeed in settling the identity of the famous night warbler, a bird which some, we believe, have suspected to be nothing rarer than the almost superabundant oven-bird, but which, so far as we ourselves know, may have been almost any one, or any 2 or 3 of our smaller common birds that are given to occasional ecstatic song flights. Whatever it was of use to Thoreau for the quickening of his imagination, and for literary purposes, and Emerson was well advised in warning him to beware of booking it, lest life henceforth should have so much the less to show him. It must be said, however, that Thoreau stood in slight need of such a caution. He cherished for himself a pretty favorable opinion of a certain kind and measure of ignorance. With regard to some of his ornithological mysteries, for example, the night warbler, the syringo bird, with which something like certainty we may conjecture to have been the Savannah sparrow, and others, he flatters himself that his good genius had withheld their names from him that he might the better learn their character, whatever such an expression may be supposed to mean. He maintained stoutly, from beginning to end, that he was not of the ordinary school of naturalists, but a mystic, a transcendentalist, and a natural philosopher in one, though he believed himself, in his own words, by constitution as good an observer as most. He will not be one of those who seek facts as facts, studying nature as a dead language. He studies her for purposes of his own, in search of the raw material of tropes and figures. I pray for such experience as will make nature significant, he declares. And then, with the same penful of ink, he asks, is that the swamp gooseberry of Gray now just beginning to blossom at Sawmill Brook? It has a divided style and stamens, etc., as yet not longer than the calyx, though my slip has no thorns nor prickles, and so on and so on. Pages on pages of the journal are choke full, literally, of this kind of botanical interrogation, till the unsympathetic reader will be in danger of surmising that the mystical searcher after tropes and symbols is sometimes not so utterly unlike the student of the dead language of fact. But then, it is one of the virtues of a journal that it is not a work of art, that it has no form, no fashion, and so does not go out of fashion, and is always at liberty to contradict itself. As Thoreau said, he tumbled his goods upon the counter. No single customer is bound to be pleased with them all. Different men, different tastes. Let each select from the pile the things that suit his fancy. For our own part, we acknowledge, and the shrewd reader may already have remarked the fact, we have not been disinclined to choose here and there a bit of some less rare and costly stuff. The man is so sternly virtuous, so inexorably in earnest, so heart-set upon perfection, that we almost like him best when, for a moment, he betrays something that suggests a touch of human frailty. We prick up our ears when he speaks of a woman he once in a while goes to see, who tells him to his face that she thinks him self-conceited. Now then, we whisper to ourselves, how will this man, who despises flattery, and boasting himself a commoner, professes that for him there is something devilish in manners, how will this candor-loving, truth-speaking, truth-appreciating man enjoy the rebuke of so unmannered a mentor? And we smile and say, aha, when he adds that the lady wonders why he does not visit her oftener. We smile, too, when he brags in early February that he has not yet put on his winter clothing, amusing himself the while over the muffs and furs of his less hardy neighbors, his own simple diet making him so tough in the fiber that he flourishes like a tree, and then a week later writes with unbroken equanimity that he is down with bronchitis, contenting himself to spend his days cuddled in a warm corner by the stove. Trifles of this kind encourage a pleasant feeling of brotherly relationship. He is one of us, after all, with like passions. But of course we really like him best when he is at his best, as in some outpouring of his love for things natural and wild. Let us have one more such quotation. Now I yearn for one of those old, meandering, dry, uninhabited roads which lead away from towns, which lead us away from temptation, which conduct us to the outside of earth over its uppermost crust, where you may forget in what country you are traveling, where your head is more in heaven than your feet are on earth, where you can pace when your breast is full and cherish your moodiness. There I can walk and recover the lost child that I am without any ringing of a bell. For real warmth, when once the fire burns, who can exceed our Stoic? We like also his bits of prettiness, things in which he is second to nobody, though prettiness, again, is not supposed to be the Stoic's note. And they are all the prettier, as well as 10 times more welcome, because he has the grace and the sound literary sense to drop them here and there, as it were casually, upon a ground of simple, unaffected prose. Here now is a sentence that by itself is worth a deal of ornithology. The song sparrow is heard in fields and pastures, setting the midsummer day to music, as if it were the music of a mossy rail or fence-post. Of dragonflies, he says, how lavishly they are painted, how cheap was the paint, how free was the fancy of their creator. In early June, when woods are putting forth leaves, the summer is pitching its tent. He finds the dainty fringed polygala, whose ordinary color is a lovely rose purple, sporting white blossoms, and remarks, "Thus many flowers have their nun sisters, dressed in white." Soaring hawks are kites without strings. And when he and his companion are traveling across country, keeping out the sight of houses, yet compelled to traverse here and there a farmer's field, they shut every window with an apple tree. Gems like these one need not be a connoisseur to appreciate, and they are common upon his counter. It was a good name that Channing gave him, the poet-naturalist. But there are better things than flowers and jewels to be found in Thoreau's stock. There are cordials and tonics there, to brace a man when he is weary, eye washes to cleanse his vision till he sees the heights above him and repents the lowness of his aims and the vulgarity of his satisfactions, blisters and irritant plasters in large variety and of warranted strength, but little or nothing, so far as the present customer has noticed, in the line of anodynes and sleeping powders. There we may buy moral wisdom, which is not only the foundation and source of good writing, as one of the ancients said, but of the arts in general, especially the art of life. If the world is too much with us, if wealth attracts and the rust of copper has begun to eat into the soul, if we are in danger of selling our years for things that perish with the using, here we may find correctives, and go away thankful, rejoicing henceforth to be rich in a better coinage than any that bears the world's stamp. The very exaggerations of the master, if we call them such, may do us good like a medicine. For there are diseased conditions which yield to nothing so quickly as to a shock. As for Thoreau himself, life might have been smoother for him had he been less exacting in his idealism, more tolerant of imperfection in others and in himself. Had he taken his studies and even his spiritual aspirations a grain or two less seriously? A bit of boyish play now and then, the bow quite unbent, or a dose of novel reading of the love-making, humanizing, Trollopian sort, could one imagine it, with a more temperate cherishing of his moodiness, might have done him no harm. It would have been for his comfort, so much may confidently be said. Whether for his happiness is another question. Had he been one of those gentler humorists who can sometimes see themselves, as all humorists have the gift of seeing other people, funny side out. But then, had these things been so, had his natural scope been wider, his genius, so to say, more tropical, richer, freer, more expansive, more various and flexible, more like the spreading banyan and less like the soaring, sky-pointing spruce, why then he would no longer have been Thoreau. For better or worse, his speech would have lost its distinctive tang, and in the long run the world, which likes a touch of bitter and a touch of sour, would almost certainly have found the man himself less interesting, and his books less rememberable. And made as he was, born to his own affairs, what else could he do but stick to himself? We are constantly invited to be what we are, he said. The words might fittingly have been cut upon his gravestone. B.T. End of introduction. Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, 1837, at the age of 20, Part 1. October 22nd. What are you doing now? He asked. Do you keep a journal? So I make my first entry today. Solitude. To be alone, I find it necessary to escape the present. I avoid myself. How could I be alone in the Roman Emperor's chamber of mirrors? I seek a garret. The spiders must not be disturbed, nor the floor swept, nor the lumber arranged. The Germans say, Es ist alles var verdutch du besser wirst. The mold our deeds leave. October 24th. Every part of nature teaches that the passing away of one life is the making room for another. The oak dies down to the ground, leaving within its rind a rich virgin mold, which will impart a vigorous life to an infant forest. The pine leaves a sandy and sterile soil, the harder woods a strong and fruitful mold. So this constant abrasion and decay makes the soil of my future growth. As I live now, so shall I reap. If I grow pines and birches, my virgin mold will not sustain the oak. But pines and birches, or perchance weeds and brambles, will constitute my second growth. Spring. October 25th. She appears, and we are once more children. We commence again our course with the new year. Let the maiden no more return, and men will become poets for very grief. No sooner has winter left us time to regret her smiles then we yield to the advances of poetic frenzy. Quote, "The flowers look kindly at us from the beds with their child eyes, and in the horizon the snow of the far mountains dissolves into light vapor." End quote. Goethe. Torquato Tasso. The poet. Quote, "He seems to avoid, even to flee from us, to seek something which we know not, and perhaps he himself, after all, knows not." End quote. Ibid. October 26th. Quote, "His eye hardly rests upon the earth. His ear hears the one clang of nature. What history records, what life gives, directly and gladly his genius takes it up. His mind collects the widely dispersed, and his feeling animates the inanimate. Often he ennobles what appeared to us common, and the prized is as nothing to him. In his own magic circle wanders the wonderful man, and draws us with him to wander and take part in it. He seems to draw near to us, and remains afar from us. He seems to be looking at us, and spirits, forsooth, appear to him strangely in our places." End quote. Ibid. How Man Grows. Quote, "A noble man has not to thank a private circle for his culture. Fatherland and world must work upon him. Fame and infamy must he learn to endure. He will be constrained to know himself and others. Solitude shall no more lull him with her flattery. The foe will not, the friend dares not spare him. Then, striving, the youth puts forth his strength, feels what he is, and feels himself soon a man." End quote. Quote, "A talent is builded in solitude, a character in the stream of the world." End quote. Quote, "He only fears man who knows him not, and he who avoids him will soonest misapprehend him." End quote. Ibid. Ariosto. Quote, "As nature decks her inward rich breast in a green variegated dress, so clothes he all that can make men honorable in the blooming garb of the fable. The well of superfluity bubbles near, and lets us see variegated wonder fishes. The air is filled with rare birds, the meads and copses with strange herds, wit lurks half concealed in the verdure, and wisdom from time to time lets sound from a golden cloud sustained words, while frenzy wildly seems to sweep the well-toned lute, yet holds itself measured in perfect time." End quote. Beauty. Quote, "That beauty is transitory, which alone you seem to honor." Goethe, Torquato Tasso. The Fog. October 27th. The prospect is limited to knobscot and a nursnack. The trees stand with boughs downcast like pilgrims beaten by a storm, and the whole landscape wears a somber aspect. So when thick vapors cloud the soul, it strives in vain to escape from its humble working-day valley and pierce the dense fog which shuts out from view the blue peaks in its horizon, but must be content to scan its near and homely hills. Ducks at Goose Pond, October 29th. 2 ducks, of the summer or wood species, which were merrily dabbling in their favorite basin, struck up a retreat on my approach, and seemed disposed to take French leave, paddling off with swan-like majesty. They are first-rate swimmers, beating me at a round pace, and what was to me a new trait in the duck character, dove every minute or two and swam several feet under water in order to escape our attention. Just before immersion, they seemed to give each other a significant nod, and then, as if by a common understanding, 'twas heels up and head down in the shaking of a duck's wing. When they reappeared, it was amusing to observe with what a self-satisfied, darn-it-how-we-nix-'em air they paddled off to repeat the experiment. The Arrowhead. A curious incident happened some 4 to 6 weeks ago, which I think it worth the while to record. John and I had been searching for Indian relics, and been successful enough to find 2 arrowheads and a pestle, when, of a Sunday evening, with our heads full of the past and its remains, we strolled to the mouth of Swamp Bridge Brook. As we neared the brow of the hill forming the bank of the river, inspired by my theme, I broke forth into an extravagant eulogy on those savage times, using most violent gesticulations by way of illustration. There on Noshatuct, said I, was their lodge, the rendezvous of the tribe, and yonder, on Clamshell Hill, their feasting ground. This was no doubt a favorite haunt. Here on this brow was an eligible lookout post. How often have they stood on this very spot, at this very hour, when the sun was sinking behind yonder woods and gilding with its last rays the waters of the Musketaquid, and pondered the day's success and the morrow's prospects, or communed with the spirit of their fathers gone before them to the land of shades. Here, I exclaimed, stood Tahatawan, and there, to complete the period, is Tawatahan's arrowhead. We instantly proceeded to sit down on the spot I had pointed to, and I, to carry out the joke, to lay bare an ordinary stone which my whim had selected, when lo! the first I laid hands on, the grubbing stone that was to be, proved a most perfect arrowhead, as sharp as if just from the hands of the Indian fabricator. Sunrise, October 30th. First we have the gray twilight of the poets, with dark and barry clouds diverging to the zenith. Then glows the intruding cloud in the east, as if it bore a precious jewel in its bosom, a deep round gulf of golden gray indenting its upper edge, while slender rules of fleecy vapor, radiating from the common center like light-armed troops, fall regularly into their places. Sailing with and against the stream, November 3rd. If one would reflect, let him embark on some placid stream and float with the current. He cannot resist the muse. As we ascend the stream, plying the paddle with might and main, snatched and impetuous thoughts course through the brain. We dream of conflict, power, and grandeur. But turn the prow downstream, and rock, tree, kine, knoll, assuming new and varying positions as water and wind shift the scene, favor the liquid lapse of thought, far-reaching and sublime, but ever calm and gently undulating. Truth, November 5th. Truth strikes us from behind, and in the dark as well as from before and in broad daylight. Still streams run deepest, November 9th. It is the rill whose silver sands and pebbles sing eternal ditties with the spring. The early frosts bridge its narrow channel, and its querulous note is hushed. Only the flickering sunlight on its sandy bottom attracts the beholder. But there are souls whose depths are never fathomed, on whose bottom the sun never shines. We get a distant view from the precipitous banks, but never a draught from their mid-channels. Only a sunken rock or fallen oak can provoke a murmur, and their surface is a stranger to the icy fetters which bind fast 1,000 contributory rills. Discipline, November 12th. I yet lack discernment to distinguish the whole lesson of today, but it is not lost. It will come to me at last. My desire is to know what I have lived, that I may know how to live henceforth. Sin destroys the perception of the beautiful, November 13th. This shall be the test of innocence. If I can hear a taunt and look out on this friendly moon, pacing the heavens in queen-like majesty with the accustomed yearning. Truth. Truth is ever returning into herself. I glimpse one feature today, another tomorrow, and the next day they are blended. Goethe, November 15th. Quote, "And now that it is evening, a few clouds in the mild atmosphere rest upon the mountains. More stand still than move in the heavens, and immediately after sunset the chirping of crickets begins to increase. Then feels one once more at home in the world, and not as an alien, an exile. I am contented as though I had been born and brought up here, and now returned from a Greenland or whaling voyage. Even the dust of my fatherland, as it is whirled about the wagon, which for so long a time I had not seen, is welcome. The clock and bell jingling of the crickets is very agreeable, penetrating, and not without a meaning. Pleasant is it when roguish boys whistle in emulation of a field of such songstresses. One imagines that they really enhance each other. The evening is perfectly mild as the day. Should an inhabitant of the South, coming from the South, hear of my rapture, he would deem me very childish. Alas, what I here express have I long felt under an unpropitious heaven, and now this joy is to me an exception, which I am henceforth to enjoy, a necessity of my nature." End quote. Italianisha Hrisa. Sunrise, November 17th. Now the King of Day plays at bo-peep round the world's corner, and every cottage window smiles a golden smile, a very picture of glee. I see the water glistening in the eye. The smooth red breathings of awakening day strike the ear with an undulating motion. Over hill and dale, pasture and woodland, come they to me, and I am at home in the world. The sky. If there is nothing new on earth, still there is something new in the heavens. We have always a resource in the skies. They are constantly turning a new page to view. The wind sets the types in this blue ground, and the inquiring may always read a new truth. Virgil, November 18th. Quote, Pulse referunt ad sidera valles, end quote, is such a line as would save an epic. And how finely he concludes his, quote, agrestum musum, end quote, now that Silenus has done, and the stars have heard his story. Quote, Cogere donec ovest stabulis, numerumque referre, jusit, et in vito processit vesper Olympo. End quote. Harmony. Nature makes no noise. The howling storm, the rustling leaf, the pattering rain are no disturbance. There is an essential and unexplored harmony in them. Why is it that thought flows with so deep and sparkling a current when the sound of distant music strikes the ear? When I would muse, I complain not of a rattling tune on the piano, a battle of Prague even, if it be harmony, but an irregular, discordant drumming is intolerable. Shadows. When a shadow flits across the landscape of the soul, where is the substance? Has it always its origin in sin? And is that sin in me? Virgil, November 20th. I would read Virgil, if only that I might be reminded of the identity of human nature in all ages. I take satisfaction in, quote, Jam lieto tergent in palmite gemme, end quote. Or, quote, Strata jacent passim sua quaeque sub arbore poma, end quote. It was the same world, and the same men inhabited it. Naushatak, November 21st. One must needs climb a hill to know what a world he inhabits. In the midst of this Indian summer, I am perched on the topmost rock of Naushatak, a velvet wind blowing from the southwest. I seem to feel the atoms as they strike my cheek. Hills, mountains, steeples stand out in bold relief in the horizon, while I am resting on the rounded boss of an enormous shield, the river like a vein of silver encircling its edge, and thence the shield gradually rises to its rim, the horizon. Not a cloud is to be seen, but villages, villas, forests, mountains, one above another, till they are swallowed up in the heavens. The atmosphere is such that, as I look abroad upon the length and breadth of the land, it recedes from my eye, and I seem to be looking for the threads of the velvet. Thus I admire the grandeur of my emerald carriage, with its border of blue, in which I am rolling through space. Thoughts, November 26th. I look around for thoughts when I am overflowing myself. While I live on, thought is still in embryo. It stirs not within me. Anon it begins to assume shape and comeliness, and I deliver it and clothe it in its garment of language. But alas, how often when thoughts choke me do I resort to a spat on the back, or swallow a crust, or do anything but expectorate them. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, 1837, at the age of 20, Part 2 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. Hoarfrost and Green River, November 28th. Every tree, fence, and spire of grass that could raise its head above the snow was this morning covered with a dense hoar frost. The trees looked like airy creatures of darkness caught napping. On this side they were huddled together, their gray hairs streaming in a secluded valley which the sun had not yet penetrated, and on that they went hurrying off in Indian file by hedgerows and watercourses, while the shrubs and grasses, like elves and fairies of the night, sought to hide their diminished heads in the snow. The branches and taller grasses were covered with a wonderful ice foliage, answering leaf for leaf to their summer dress, the center diverging, and even more minute fibers were perfectly distinct, and the edges regularly indented. These leaves were on the side of the twig or stubble opposite to the sun, when it was not bent toward the east, meeting it for the most part at right angles, and there were others standing out at all possible angles upon these and upon one another. It struck me that these ghost leaves and the green ones whose forms they assume were the creatures of the same law. It could not be in obedience to two several laws that the vegetable juices swelled gradually into the perfect leaf on the one hand, and the crystalline particles trooped to their standard in the same admirable order on the other. The river, viewed from the bank above, appeared of a yellowish-green color, but on a nearer approach this phenomenon vanished, and yet the landscape was covered with snow. Ice Harp, December 5th. My friend tells me he has discovered a new note in nature, which he calls the ice harp. Chancing to throw a handful of pebbles upon the pond where there was an air chamber under the ice, it discoursed a pleasant music to him. Herein resides a 10th muse, and as he was the man to discover it, probably the extra melody is in him. Goethe, December 8th. He is generally satisfied with giving an exact description of objects as they appear to him, and his genius is exhibited in the points he seizes upon and illustrates. His description of Venice and her environs, as seen from the Markustherm, is that of an unconcerned spectator, whose object is faithfully to describe what he sees, and that, too, for the most part, in the order in which he saw it. It is this trait which is chiefly to be prized in the book. Even the reflections of the author do not interfere with his descriptions. It would thus be possible for inferior minds to produce invaluable books. Measure, December 10th. Not the carpenter alone carries his rule in his pocket. Space is quite subdued to us. The meanest peasant finds in a hair of his head, or the white crescent upon his nail, the unit of measure for the distance of the fixed stars. His middle finger measures how many digits into space. He extends a few times his thumb and finger, and the continent is spanned. He stretches out his arms, and the sea is fathomed. Thought, December 12th. There are times when thought elbows her way through the underwood of words to the clear blue beyond. O'er bog or steep, through straight, rough, dense or rare, with head, hands, wings or feet, pursues her way, and swims or sinks or wades or creeps or flies. But let her don her cumbersome working-day garment, and each sparkling dewdrop will seem a slough of despond. Peculiarity. When we speak of a peculiarity in a man or a nation, we think to describe only one part, a mere mathematical point, but it is not so. It pervades all. Some parts may be further removed than others from this center, but not a particle so remote as not to be either shined on or shaded by it. Thorns. No faculty in man was created with a useless or sinister intent. In no respect can he be wholly bad, but the worst passions have their root in the best. As anger, for instance, may be only a perverted sense of wrong which yet retains some traces of its origin. So a spine is proved to be only an abortive branch, which, notwithstanding, even as a spine, bears leaves, and, in Euphorbia heptagona, sometimes flowers and fruit. Jack Frost, December 15th. As further confirmation of the fact that vegetation is a kind of crystallization, I observe that upon the edge of the melting frost on the windows, Jack is playing singular freaks, now bundling together his needle-shaped leaves so as to resemble fields waving with grain, or shocks of wheat rising here and there from the stubble. On one side, the vegetation of the torrid zone is presented you, high-towering palms and wide-spread banyans, such as we see in pictures of oriental scenery. On the other are Arctic pines, stiff frozen with branches downcast, like the arms of tender men in frosty weather. In some instances, the panes are covered with little feathery flocks, where the particles radiate from a common center, the number of radii varying from 3 to 7 or 8. The crystalline particles are partial to the creases and flaws in the glass, and when these extend from sash to sash, form complete hedgerows or miniature watercourses, where dense masses of crystal foliage high over-arched embower. Frozen mist, December 16th. The woods were this morning covered with thin bars of vapor, the evaporation of the leaves according to Sprengel, which seemed to have been suddenly stiffened by the cold. In some places it was spread out like gauze over the tops of the trees, forming extended lawns where elves and fairies held high tournament. Before each van, prick forth the airy knights and couch their spears, till thickest legions close. The east was glowing with a narrow but ill-defined crescent of light, the blue of the zenith mingling in all possible proportions with the salmon color of the horizon. And now the neighboring hilltops telegraphed to us poor crawlers of the plain the monarch's golden ensign in the east, and anon his long leveled rules fall sector-wise, and humblest cottage windows greet their lord. Facts. How indispensable to a correct study of nature is a perception of her true meaning. The fact will one day flower out into a truth. The season will mature and fructify what the understanding had cultivated. Mere accumulators of facts, collectors of materials for the master workman, are like those plants growing in dark forests which put forth only leaves instead of blossoms. Druids, December 17th. In all ages and nations, we observe a leaning towards a right state of things. This may especially be seen in the history of the priest, whose life approaches most nearly to that of the ideal man. The Druids pay no taxes, and were allowed exemption from warfare and all other things. The clergy are even now a privileged class. In the last stage of civilization, poetry, religion, and philosophy will be one, and this truth is glimpsed in the first. The Druidical order was divided into Druids, bards, and oets. The bards were the poets and musicians, of whom some were satirists and some encomiasts. The oets sacrificed, divined, and contemplated the nature of things. The Druids cultivated physiology and moral philosophy, or, as Diodorus says, were their philosophers and theologians. Goethe, December 18th. He required that his heroine, Iphigenia, should say nothing which might not be uttered by the holy Agathe, whose picture he contemplated. Immortality post. The nations assert an immortality post as well as ante. The Athenians wore a golden grasshopper as an emblem that they sprang from the earth, and the Arcadians pretended that they were proselini, or before the moon. The Platos do not seem to have considered this back-reaching tendency of the human mind. The pride of ancestry. Men are pleased to be called the sons of their fathers. So little truth suffices them, and whoever addresses them by this or a similar title is termed a poet. The orator appeals to the sons of Greece, of Britannia, of France, or of Poland, and our father's homely name acquires some interest from the fact that Sakai Suna means sons of the Sakai. Hell, December 19th. Hell itself may be contained within the compass of a spark. Saxons. The fact seems at first an anomalous one, that the less a people have to contend for, the more tenacious they are of their rights. The Saxons of Ditmarcia contended for a principle, not for their sterile sands and uncultivated marshes. We are, on the whole, the same Saxons that our fathers were, when it was said of them, quote, "They are emulous in hospitality, because to plunder and to lavish is the glory of a Holsatian. Not to be versed in the science of depredation is, in his opinion, to be stupid and base." End quote. The French are the same Franks of whom it is written, quote, "Francis familiare est ridendo fidem frangere. Gens Francorum infideles est. Si pergere Francus qui nove faciet, qui perjuriam ipsam sermonis genis putat esse non criminis." End quote. Crystals. I observed this morning that the ice at Swamp Bridge was checkered with a kind of mosaic work of white creases or channels, and when I examined the underside, I found it to be covered with a mass of crystallizations from 3 to 5 inches deep, standing, or rather depending, at right angles to the true ice, which was about 1/8 of an inch thick. There was a yet older ice 6 or 8 inches below this. The crystals were for the most part triangular prisms with their lower end open, though in some cases they had run into each other, so as to form 4 or 5-sided prisms. When the ice was laid upon its smooth side, they resembled the roofs and steeples of a Gothic city, or the vessels of a crowded haven under the press of canvas. I noticed also that where the ice in the road had melted and left the mud bare, the latter, as if crystallized, discovered countless rectilinear fissures 1 inch or more in length, a continuation, as it were, of the checkered ice. December 22nd. About a year ago, having set aside a bowl which had contained some rhubarb grated in water, without wiping it, I was astonished to find, a few days afterward, that the rhubarb had crystallized, covering the bottom of the bowl with perfect cubes, the color and consistency of glue, and 1/10 of an inch in diameter. Crystals. December 23rd. Crossed the river today on the ice. Though the weather is raw and wintry and the ground covered with snow, I noticed a solitary robin who looked as if he needed to have his services to the babes in the woods speedily requited. In the side of the high bank by the leaning hemlocks, there were some curious crystallizations. Wherever the water, or other causes, had formed a hole in the bank, its throat and outer edge, like the entrance to a citadel of the olden time, bristled with a glistening ice armor. In one place you might see minute ostrich feathers, which seemed the waving plumes of the warriors filing into the fortress. In another, the glancing fan-shaped banners of the Lilliputian host, and in another, the needle-shaped particles, collected into bundles resembling the plumes of the pine, might pass for a phalanx of spears. The whole hill was like an immense quartz rock, with minute crystals sparkling from innumerable crannies. I tried to fancy that there was a disposition in these crystallizations to take the forms of the contiguous foliage. Revolutions, December 27th. Revolutions are never sudden. Not one man, nor many men, in a few years or generations, suffice to regulate events and dispose mankind for the revolutionary movement. The hero is but the crowning stone of the pyramid, the keystone of the arch. Who was Romulus or Remus, Hengist or Horsa, that we should attribute to them Rome or England? They are famous or infamous because the progress of events has chosen to make them its stepping stones. But we would know where the avalanche commenced, or the hollow in the rock whence springs the Amazon. The most important is apt to be some silent and unobtrusive fact in history. In 449, 3 Saxon Scyles arrived on the British coast. Quote, 3 Sypen goed komen mid den vloed, 300 snitten. End quote. The pirate of the British coast was no more the founder of a state than the scourge of the German shore. Heroes. The real heroes of minstrelsy have been ideal, even when the names of actual heroes have been perpetuated. The real Arthur, who not only excelled the experienced past, but also the possible future, of whom it was affirmed for many centuries that he was not dead, but had withdrawn from the world into some magical region, from which, at a future crisis, he was to reappear and lead the Cymry in triumph through the island, whose character and actions were the theme of the bards of Britannia, and the foundations of their interminable romances was only an ideal impersonation. Men claim for the ideal an actual existence also, but do not often expand the actual into the ideal. If you do not believe me, go into Britannia, and mention in the streets or villages that Arthur is really dead like other men. You will not escape with impunity. You will be either hooted with the curses of your hearers or stoned to death. Homesickness. The most remarkable instance of homesickness is that of the colony of Franks, transplanted by the Romans from the German Ocean to the Euxine, who at length, resolving to a man to abandon the country, seized the vessels which carried them out, and reached at last their native shores, after innumerable difficulties and dangers upon the Mediterranean and Atlantic. The interesting facts in history. How cheering is it, after toiling through the darker pages of history, the heartless and fluctuating crust of human rest and unrest, to alight on the solid earth where the sun shines, or rest in the checkered shade. The fact that Edwin of Northumbria caused stakes to be fixed in the highways where he had seen a clear spring, and that brazen dishes were chained to them to refresh the weary sojourner whose fatigues Edwin had himself experienced, is worth all Arthur's 12 battles. The sun again shines along the highway. The landscape presents us sunny glades and occasional cultivated patches, as well as dark primeval forests, and it is merry England after all. December 31st. As the least drop of wine tinges the whole goblet, so the least particle of truth colors our whole life. It is never isolated, or simply added as treasure to our stock. When any real progress is made, we unlearn and learn anew what we thought we knew before. We go picking up from year to year and laying side by side the disjecta membra of truth, as he who picked up one by one a row of 100 stones, and returned with each separately to his basket. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, 1838, at the age of 20 to 21, Part 1, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. Heaven on Earth, January 6th. As a child looks forward to the coming of the summer, so could we contemplate with quiet joy the circle of the seasons returning without fail eternally. As the spring came round during so many years of the gods, we could go out to admire and adorn anew our Eden, and yet never tire. Saxons, January 15th. After all that has been said in praise of the Saxon race, we must allow that our blue-eyed and fair-haired ancestors were originally an ungodly and reckless crew. We make our own fortune, January 16th. Man is like a cork which no tempest can sink, but it will float securely to its haven at last. The world is nevertheless beautiful, though viewed through a chink or knothole. January 21st. Man is the artificer of his own happiness. Let him beware how he complains of the disposition of circumstances, for it is his own disposition he blames. If this is sour, or that rough, or the other steep, let him think if it be not his work. If his look curdles all hearts, let him not complain of a sour reception. If he hobble in his gait, let him not grumble at the roughness of the way. If he is weak in the knees, let him not call the hill steep. This was the pith of the inscription on the wall of the Swedish inn. Quote, "You will find at Trollet excellent bread, meat, and wine, provided you bring them with you." End quote. Hoarfrost. Every leaf and twig was this morning covered with a sparkling ice armor. Even the grasses in exposed fields were hung with innumerable diamond pendants, which jingled merrily when brushed by the foot of the traveler. It was literally the wreck of jewels and the crash of gems. It was as though some superincumbent stratum of the earth had been removed in the night, exposing to light a bed of untarnished crystals. The scene changed at every step, or as the head was inclined to the right or the left. There were the opal and sapphire, and emerald and jasper, and beryl and topaz and ruby. Such is beauty ever, neither here nor there, nor now then, neither in Rome nor in Athens, but wherever there is a soul to admire. If I seek her elsewhere because I do not find her at home, my search will be a fruitless one. Zeno, February 7th. Zeno, the Stoic, stood in precisely the same relation to the world that I do now. He is, forsooth, bred a merchant, as how many still, and can trade and barter, and perchance higgle, and moreover he can be shipwrecked and cast ashore at the Piraeus, like one of your Johns or Thomases. He strolls into his shop, and is charmed by a book by Xenophon, and straightway he becomes a philosopher. The sun of a new life's day rises to him, serene and unclouded, which looks over Stoa. And still the fleshly Zeno sails on, shipwrecked, buffeted, tempest-tossed. But the true Zeno sails ever a placid sea. Play high, play low, rain, sleet, or snow, it's all the same with the Stoic. Propriety and decorum were his Palinurus, not the base progeny of fashion, but the suggestions of an experienced taste. When evening comes, he sits down unwearied to the review of his day. What's done, that's to be undone. What not done at all, still to be done. Himself truth's unconcerned helpmate. Another system of bookkeeping, this than the Cyprian trader to Phoenicia practiced. This was he who said to a certain garrulous young man, quote, "On this account we have 2 ears and but 1 mouth, that we may hear more and speak less." End quote. That he had talked concerned not our philosopher, but his audience. And herein we may see how it is more noble to hear than to speak. The wisest may apologize that he only said so to hear himself talk, for if he heard not, as well for him had he never spoken. What is all this gabble to the gabbler? Only the silent reap the profit of it. Society, February 9th. It is wholesome advice to be a man amongst folks. Go into society if you will, or, if you are unwilling, and take a human interest in its affairs. If you mistake these messieurs and mesdames for so many men and women, it is but erring on the safe side. Or rather, it is their error and not yours. Armed with a manly sincerity, you shall not be trifled with, but drive this business of life. It matters not how many men are to be addressed, rebuked, provided one man rebuke them. Small talk. To manage the small talk of a party is to make an effort to do what was at first done, admirably, because naturally, at your fireside. Influence, February 13th. It is hard to subject ourselves to an influence. It must steal upon us when we expect it not, and its work be all done ere we are aware of it. If we make advances, it is shy. If, when we feel its presence, we presume to pry into its freemasonry, it vanishes and leaves us alone in our folly, brimful but stagnant, a full channel it may be, but no inclination. Fear. All fear of the world or consequences is swallowed up in a manly anxiety to do truth justice. Old Books, February 15th. The true student will cleave ever to the good, recognizing no past, no present, but wherever he emerges from the bosom of time, his course is not with the sun, eastward or westward, but ever towards the seashore. Day and night pursues he his devious way, lingering by how many a Pierian spring, and how many an Academus grove, how many a sculptured portico, all which, spring, grove, and portico, lie not so wide but he may take them conveniently in his way. Greece, February 16th. In imagination I hie me to Greece as to enchanted ground. No storms vex her coasts, no clouds encircle her Helicon or Olympus, no tempests sweep the peaceful Tempe or ruffle the bosom of the placid Aegean, but always the beams of the summer's sun gleam along the entablature of the Acropolis, or are reflected through the mellow atmosphere from 1,000 consecrated groves and fountains. Always her sea-girt isles are dallying with their zephyr guests, and the low of kine is heard along the meads, and the landscape sleeps, valley and hill and woodland, a dreamy sleep. Each of her sons created a new heaven and a new earth for Greece. Sunday, February 18th. Rightly named Sun-a-day, or Day of the Sun. One is satisfied in some angle by woodhouse and garden fence to bask in his beams, to exist barely the livelong day. Spring. I had not been out long today when it seemed that a new spring was already born. Not quite weaned, it is true, but verily entered upon existence. Nature struck up the same old song in the grass, despite 18 inches of snow, and I contrived to smuggle away a grin of satisfaction by a smothered pshaw, and is that all? February 19th. Each summer sound is a summer round. Goethe, February 27th. He jogs along at a snail's pace, but ever mindful that the earth is beneath and the heavens above him. His Italy is not merely the fatherland of lazzaroni and macaroni, but a solid turf-clad soil, daily illumined by a genial sun and nightly gleaming in the still moonshine, to say nothing of the frequent showers which are so faithfully recorded. That sail to Palermo was literally a ploughing through of the waves from Naples to Trinacria, the sky overhead and the sea with its isles on either hand. His hearty good will to all men is most amiable. Not one cross word has he spoken, but on one occasion, the postboy snivelling, "Signore, perdonate, Questa è la mia patria, he confesses. To me, poor northerner, came something tear-like into the eyes. Spring, March 1st. March fans it, April christens it, and May puts on its jacket and trousers. It never grows up, but Alexandrian-like drags its slow length along, ever springing, bud following close upon leaf, and when winter comes, it is not annihilated, but creeps on mole-like under the snow, showing its face nevertheless occasionally by fuming springs and watercourses. So let it be with man. Let his manhood be a more advanced and still advancing youth, bud following hard upon leaf. By the side of the ripening corn, let's have a second or third crop of peas and turnips, decking the fields in a new green. So, amid clumps of sere herd's grass, sometimes flower the violet and buttercup spring-born. Homer, March 3rd. 3,000 years, and the world so little changed. The Iliad seems like a natural sound which has reverberated to our days. Whatever in it is still freshest in the memories of men was most childlike in the poet. It is the problem of old age, a second childhood exhibited in the life of the world. Phoebus Apollo went like night. Odele te ei nicte ecos. This either refers to the gross atmosphere of the plague darkening the sun, or to the crescent of night rising solemn and stately in the east, while the sun is setting in the west. Then Agamemnon darkly lowers on Calchas, prophet of evil. O sedei pidi lampato de ectin. Such a fire-eyed Agamemnon as you may see at town meetings and elections, as well here as in Troy neighborhood. A Sunday Scene, March 4th. Here at my elbow sit 5 notable, or at least noteworthy, representatives of this 19th century, of the gender feminine. One, a sedate, indefatigable knitter, not spinster, of the old school, who had the supreme felicity to be born in days that tried men's souls, who can, and not unfrequently does, say with Nestor, another of the old school, quote, "But you are younger than I. For time was when I conversed with greater men than you. For not at any time have I seen such men, nor shall see them, as Perithous, and Dryas, and Pimenelon," end quote. Or, in one word, sole shepherd of the people, Washington. And when Apollo has now 6 times rolled westward, or seemed to roll, and now for the 7th time shows his face in the east, eyes well nigh glazed, long glassed, which have fluctuated only between lamb's wool and worsted, explore ceaseless some good sermon book. For 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy knitting, but on the 7th, forsooth, thy reading. Opposite, across this stone hearth, sits one of no school, but rather one who schools, a spinster who spins not, with elbow resting on the book of books, but with eyes turned toward the vain trumpery of that shelf. Trumpery of sere leaves, blossoms, and waxwork, built on sand that presumes to look quite as gay, smell quite as earthy, as though this were not by good rights the sun's day. I marked how she spurned that innocent everyday book, Germany by de Stael, as though a viper had stung her. Better to rest the elbow on the book than the eye on such a page. Poor book, this is thy last chance. Happy I who can bask in this warm spring sun which illumines all creatures, as well when they rest as when they toil, not without a feeling of gratitude, whose life is as blameless, how blameworthy soever it be, on the Lord's Monday as on his Sunday. Thus much at least a man may do. He may not impose on his fellows, perhaps not on himself. Thus much let a man do, confidently and heartily live up to his thought, for its error, if there be any, will soonest appear in practice, and if there be none, so much he may reckon as actual progress in the way of living. Homer. The poet does not leap, even in imagination, from Asia to Greece through mid-air, neglectful of the fair sea and still fairer land beneath him, but jogs on humanly observant over the intervening segment of a sphere. Epimela polamitaxi. Ori ata skioeda thalassa te ihiasa. For there are very many shady mountains and resounding seas between. March 5th. How often, when Achilles, like one Diandica Merimirixen, whether to retaliate or suppress his wrath, has his good genius, like Pallas Athene, gliding down from heaven, Thimo filiosa te kidomeni te, stood behind him and whispered peace in his ear. Men may dispute about the fact whether a goddess did actually come down from heaven, calling it a poet's fancy, but was it not, considering the stuff that gods are made of, a very truth? The age of honey. And to them rose up the sweet-worded Nestor, the shrill orator of the Pylians, and words sweeter than honey flowed from his tongue. E'en in old Homer's day was honey sweet, not yet is sour, tickling the palate of the blind old man, forsooth, with fresher sweet, then, as now, whene'er the leaky jar or drivelling lips it daubed the festive board, proving a baneful lure to swarms of parasites, Homer's contemporaries, but alas, like Thean hero, vulnerable in heel. What to do? But what does all this scribbling amount to? What is now scribbled in the heat of the moment one can contemplate with somewhat of satisfaction, but alas, tomorrow, aye, tonight, it is stale, flat, and unprofitable. In fine, is not, only its shell remains, like some red parboiled lobster shell, which, kicked aside never so often, still stares at you in the path. What may a man do and not be ashamed of it? He may not do nothing, surely, for straightway he is dubbed Doolittle, aye, christens himself first, and reasonably, for he was first to duck. But let him do something, is he less a Doolittle? Is it actually something done, or not rather something undone? Or, if done, is it not badly done, or at most well done comparatively? Such is man, toiling, heaving, struggling, ant-like to shoulder some stray, unappropriated crumb and deposit it in his granary. Then runs out, complacent, gazes heavenward, earthward, for even pismires can look down, heaven and earth meanwhile looking downward, upward. There scene of men, world seen, deed delivered, vanishes into all grasping night. And is he doomed ever to run the same course? Can he not, wriggling, screwing, self-exhorting, self-constraining, wriggle or screw out something that shall live, respected, intact, intangible, not to be sneezed at? March 6th. How can a man sit down and quietly pare his nails while the earth goes gyrating ahead amid such a din of sphere music, whirling him along about her axis some 24,000 miles between sun and sun, but mainly in a circle some 2 millions of miles actual progress? And then such a hurly-burly on the surface, wind always blowing, now a zephyr, now a hurricane, tides never idle, ever fluctuating, no rest for Niagara, but perpetual ran-tan on those limestone rocks, and then that summer simmering which our ears are used to, which would otherwise be christened confusion worse confounded, but is now ironically called silence audible, and above all the incessant tinkering named hum of industry, the hurrying to and fro and confused jabbering of men. Can man do less than get up and shake himself? Composition. March 7th. We should not endeavor coolly to analyze our thoughts, but keeping the pen even and parallel with the current, make an accurate transcript of them. Impulse is, after all, the best linguist, and for his logic, if not conformable to Aristotle, it cannot fail to be most convincing. The nearer we approach to a complete but simple transcript of our thought, the more tolerable will be the peace, for we can endure to consider ourselves in a state of passivity or an involuntary action, but rarely our efforts, and least of all our rare efforts. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, 1838, at the age of 20 to 21, Part 2, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. Scraps from a lecture on Society, written March 14, 1838, delivered before our Lyceum, April 11th. Every proverb in the newspapers originally stood for a truth. Thus, the proverb that man was made for society, so long as it was not allowed to conflict with another important truth, deceived no one. But now that the same words have come to stand for another thing, it may be for a lie we are obliged, in order to preserve its significance, to write it anew, so that properly it will be read, "Society was made for man." Man is not at once born into society, hardly into the world. The world that he is hides for a time the world that he inhabits. That which properly constitutes the life of every man is a profound secret. Yet this is what every one would give most to know, but is himself most backward to impart. Hardly a rood of land but can show its fresh wound or indelible scar in proof that earlier or later man has been there. The mass never comes up to the standard of its best member, but on the contrary degrades itself to a level with the lowest. As the reformers say, it is a leveling down, not up. Hence, the mass is only another name for the mob. The inhabitants of the earth assembled in one place would constitute the greatest mob. The mob is spoken of as an insane and blinded animal. Magistrates say it must be humored. They apprehend it may incline this way or that, as villagers dread an inundation, not knowing whose land may be flooded, nor how many bridges carried away. One goes to a cattle show, expecting to find many men and women assembled, and beholds only working oxen and neat cattle. He goes to a commencement thinking that there at least he may find the men of the country, but such, if there were any, are completely merged in the day, and have become so many walking commencements, so that he is fain to take himself out of sight and hearing of the orator, lest he lose his own identity in the non-entities around him. But you are getting all the while further and further from true society. Your silence was an approach to it, but your conversation is only a refuge from the encounter of men, as though men were to be satisfied with a meeting of heels and not heads. Nor is it better with private assemblies, or meetings together, with a sociable design, of acquaintances so called, that is to say, of men and women who are familiar with the lineaments of each other's countenances, who eat, drink, sleep, and transact the business of living within the circuit of a mile. With a beating heart he fares him forth, by the light of the stars, to this meeting of gods. But the illusion speedily vanishes. What at first seemed to him nectar and ambrosia is discovered to be plain bohea and short gingerbread. Then with what speed does he throw off his straitjacket of a godship, and play the one-eared, two-mouthed mortal, thus proving his title to the epithet applied to him of old by Homer of merops anthropos, or that possesses an articulating voice. But unfortunately we have as yet invented no rule by which the stranger may know when he has culminated. We read that among the Finlanders, when one, quote, has succeeded in rendering himself agreeable, It is a custom at an assemblage for all the women present to give him on the back a sudden slap, when it is least expected, and the compliment is in proportion to the weight of the blow." End quote. It is provoking, when one sits waiting the assembling together of his neighbors around his hearth, to behold merely their clay houses, for the most part newly shingled and clapboarded, and not unfrequently with a fresh coat of paint trundled to his door. He has but to knock slightly at the outer gate of one of these shingle palaces to be assured that the master or mistress is not at home. After all, the field of battle possesses many advantages over the drawing-room. There, at least, is no room for pretension or excessive ceremony, no shaking of hands or rubbing of noses, which make one doubt your sincerity, but hearty as well as hard hand-play. It at least exhibits one of the faces of humanity, the former only a mask. The utmost nearness to which men approach each other amounts barely to a mechanical contact, as when you rub two stones together, though they emit an audible sound, yet do they not actually touch each other. In obedience to an instinct of their nature, men have pitched their cabins and planted corn and potatoes within speaking distance of one another, and so formed towns and villages. But they have not associated, they have only assembled, and society has signified only a convention of men. When I think of a playhouse, it is as if we had not time to appreciate the follies of the day in detail as they occur, and so devoted an hour of our evening to laughing or crying at them in the lump, despairing of a more perfect intercourse, or perhaps never dreaming that such is desirable, or at least possible. We are contented to act our part in what deserves to be called the great farce, not drama of life, like pitiful and mercenary stock actors whose business it is to keep up the semblance of a stage. Our least deed, like the young of the land crab, wends its way to the sea of cause and effect as soon as born, and makes a drop there to eternity. Let ours be like the meeting of two planets, not hastening to confound their jarring spheres, but drawn together by the influence of a subtle attraction, soon to roll diverse in their respective orbits, from this their perigee or point of nearest approach. If the neighbor hail thee to inquire how goes the world, feel thyself put to thy trumps to return a true and explicit answer. Plant the feet firmly, and willy-nilly dole out to him with strict and conscientious impartiality his modicum of a response. Let not society be the element in which you swim, or are tossed about at the mercy of the waves, but be rather a strip of firm land running out into the sea, whose base is daily washed by the tide, but whose summit only the spring tide can reach. But after all, such a morsel of society as this will not satisfy a man, but like those women of Malamaco and Palestrina, who, when their husbands are fishing at sea, repair to the shore and sing their shrill songs at evening, till they hear the voices of their husbands in reply borne to them over the water, so go we about indefatigably, chanting our stanza of the lay, and awaiting the response of a kindred soul out of the distance. The Indian Axe, April 1st. The Indian must have possessed no small share of vital energy to have rubbed industriously stone upon stone for long months, till at length he had rubbed out an axe or pestle, as though he had said in the face of the constant flux of things, I at least will live an enduring life. Friendship, April 8th. I think a while of love, and while I think, love is to me a world, sole meat and sweetest drink, and close connecting link 'tween heaven and earth. I only know it is, not how or why, my greatest happiness, however hard I try. Not if I were to die can I explain. I fain would ask my friend how it can be, but when the time arrives, then love is more lovely than anything to me, and so I'm dumb. For if the truth were known, love cannot speak, but only thinks and does, though surely out will leak without the help of Greek or any tongue. A man may love the truth and practice it. Beauty he may admire, and goodness not omit, as much as may be fit to reverence. But only when these three together meet, as they always incline, and make one soul the seat and favourite retreat of loveliness. When under kindred shape, like loves and hates, and a kindred nature proclaim us to be mates, exposed to equal fates eternally. And each may other help and service do, drawing love's bands more tight, service he ne'er shall rue, while one and one make two, and two are one. In such case only doth man fully prove, fully as man can do, what power there is in love his inmost soul to move resistlessly. Two sturdy oaks, I mean, which side by side withstand the winter's storm, and, spite of wind and tide, grow up the meadow's pride, for both are strong. Above they barely touch, but undermined, down to their deepest source, admiring you shall find, their roots are intertwined inseparably. Conversation, April 15th. Thomas Fuller relates that, quote, in Merionethshire, in Wales, there are high mountains whose hanging tops come so close together that shepherds on the tops of several hills may audibly talk together. Yet will it be a day's journey for their bodies to meet, so vast is the hollowness of the valleys betwixt them. End quote. As much may be said in a moral sense of our intercourse in the plains, for though we may audibly converse together, yet is there so vast a gulf of hollowness between that we are actually many days' journey from a veritable communication. Steamships, April 24th. Men have been contriving new means and modes of motion. Steamships have been westering during these late days and nights on the Atlantic waves, the fuglers of a new evolution to this generation. Meanwhile, plants spring silently by the brooksides, and the grim woods wave indifferent. The earth emits no howl. Pot on fire simmers and seethes, and men go about their business. The Bluebirds, April 26th. In the midst of the poplar that stands by our door, we planted a bluebird box, and we hoped before the summer was o'er a transient pair to coax. One warm summer's day the bluebirds came and lighted on our tree. But at first the wanderers were not so tame, but they were afraid of me. They seemed to come from the distant south, just over the Walden Wood, and they skimmed it along with open mouth, close by where the bellows stood. Warbling, they swept round the distant cliff, and they warbled it over the lea, and over the blacksmith's shop in a jiff did they come warbling to me. They came and sat on the box's top without looking into the hole, and only from this side to that did they hop, as 'twere a commonweal pole. Methinks I had never seen them before, nor indeed had they seen me, till I chanced to stand by our back door, and they came to the poplar tree. In course of time they built their nest, and reared a happy brood, and every morn they piped their best as they flew away to the wood. Thus wore the summer hours away to the bluebirds and to me, and every hour was a summer's day, so pleasantly lived we. They were a world within themselves, and I a world in me. Up in the tree the little elves, with their callow family. One morn the wind blowed cold and strong, and the leaves went whirling away. The birds prepared for their journey long, that raw and gusty day. Boreas came blustering down from the north, and ruffled their azure smocks. So they launched them forth, though somewhat loath, by way of the old cliff rocks. Meanwhile the earth jogged steadily on, in her mantle of purest white, and anon another spring was born, when winter was vanished quite. And I wandered forth o'er the steamy earth, and gazed at the mellow sky. But never before from the hour of my birth had I wandered so thoughtfully. For never before was the earth so still, and never so mild was the sky. The river, the fields, the woods, and the hill seemed to heave an audible sigh. I felt that the heavens were all around, and the earth was all below, as when in the ears there rushes a sound which thrills you from top to toe. I dreamed that I was a waking thought, a something I hardly knew, not a solid piece, nor an empty naught, but a drop of morning dew. 'Twas the world and I at a game of bo peep, as a man would dodge his shadow, an idea becalmed in eternity's deep, 'tween Lima and Sagrado. Anon a faintly warbled note from out the azure deep into my ears did gently float, as is the approach of sleep. It thrilled but startled not my soul. Across my mind strange memories gleamed, as often distant scenes unroll when we have lately dreamed. The bluebird had come from the distant south to his box in the poplar tree, and he opened wide his slender mouth on purpose to sing to me. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, 1838, at the age of 20 to 21, Part 3, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 3. Journey to Maine. May 3rd to 4th, Boston to Portland. What indeed is this earth to us of New England but a field for Yankee speculation? The Nantucket whaler goes a-fishing round it, and so knows it, what it is, how long, how broad, and that no tortoise sustains it. He who has visited the confines of his real estate, looking out on all sides into space, will feel a new inducement to be the Lord of creation. We must all pay a small tribute to Neptune. The chief engineer must once have been seasick. Midnight, head over the boat side, between sleeping and waking, with glimpses of one or more lights in the vicinity of Cape Ann. Bright moonlight, the effect heightened by seasickness. Beyond that light yonder have my lines hitherto been cast, but now I know that there lies not the whole world, for I can say it is there and not here. May 4th, Portland. There is a proper and only right way to enter a city, as well as to make advances to a strange person. Neither will allow of the least forwardness nor bustle. A sensitive person can hardly elbow his way boldly, laughing and talking, into a strange town without experiencing some twinges of conscience, as when he has treated a stranger with too much familiarity. May 5th. Portland to Bath via Brunswick. Bath to Brunswick. Each one's world is but a clearing in the forest, so much open and enclosed ground. When the mail coach rumbles into one of these, the villagers gaze after you with a compassionate look, as much as to say, "Where have you been all this time, that you make your debut in the world at this late hour? Nevertheless, here we are. Come and study us, that you may learn men and manners." May 6th. Brunswick to Augusta via Gardiner and Hallowell. May 7th. We occasionally meet an individual of a character and disposition so entirely the reverse of our own that we wonder if he can indeed be another man like ourselves. We doubt if we could ever draw any nearer to him and understand him. Such was the old English gentleman whom I met with today in H. Though I peered in at his eyes, I could not discern myself reflected therein. The chief wonder was how we could ever arrive at so fair-seeming an intercourse upon so small ground of sympathy. He walked and fluttered like a strange bird at my side, prying into and making a handle of the least circumstance. The bustle and rapidity of our communication were astonishing. We skated in our conversation. All at once he would stop short in the path, and, in an abstracted air, query whether the steamboat had reached Bath or Portland, addressing me from time to time as his familiar genius, who could understand what was passing in his mind without the necessity of uninterrupted oral communication. May 8th. Augusta to Bangor via China. May 10th. Bangor to Old Town. The railroad from Bangor to Old Town is civilization shooting off in a tangent into the forest. I had much conversation with an old Indian at the latter place, who sat dreaming upon a scow at the waterside and striking his deerskin moccasins against the planks, while his arms hung listlessly by his side. He was the most communicative man I had met. Talked of hunting and fishing, old times and new times, pointing up the Penobscot, he observed, 2 or 3 miles up the river, one beautiful country. And then, as if he would come as far to meet me as I had gone to meet him, he exclaimed, "Ugh, one very hard time." But he had mistaken his man. May 11th. Bangor to Belfast via Saturday Cove. May 12th. Belfast. May 13th. To Castine by sailboat Cinderella. May 14th. Castine to Belfast by packet Captain Skinner. Found the poems of Burns and an odd volume of The Spectator in the cabin. May 15th. Belfast to Bath via Thomaston. May 16th to Portland. May 17th to Boston and Concord. May morning, May 21st. The schoolboy loitered on his way to school, scorning to live so rare a day by rule, so mild the air a pleasure 'twas to breathe, for what seems heaven above was earth beneath. Soured neighbors chatted by the garden pale, nor quarreled who should drive the needed nail. The most unsocial made new friends that day, as when the sun shines husbandmen make hay. How long I slept I know not, but at last I felt my consciousness returning fast. For zephyr rustled past with leafy tread, and heedlessly with one heel grazed my head. My eyelids opened on a field of blue, for close above a nodding violet grew, a part of heaven, it seemed, which one could scent, its blue commingling with the firmament. Walden, June 3rd. True, our converse a stranger is to speech. Only the practiced ear can catch the surging words that break and die upon thy pebbled lips. Thy flow of thought is noiseless as the lapse of thy own waters, wafted as in the morning mist up from thy surface, so that the passive soul doth breathe it in, and is infected with the truth thou wouldest express. E'en the remotest stars have come in troops, and stooped low to catch the benediction of thy countenance. Oft as the day came round, impartial has the sun exhibited himself before thy narrow skylight, nor has the moon for cycles failed to roll this way, as oft as elsewhither, and tell thee of the night. No cloud so rare, but hitherward it stalked, and in thy face looked doubly beautiful. Oh, tell me what the winds have writ for the last 1,000 years on the blue vault that spans thy flood, or sun transferred and delicately reprinted for thy own private reading. Somewhat within these latter days I've read, but surely there was much that would have thrilled the soul, which human eye saw not. I would give much to read that first bright page, wet from a virgin press, when Eurus, Boreas, and the host of airy quill-drivers first dipped their pens in mist. June 14th. Truth, goodness, beauty, those celestial thrins, continually are born e'en now the universe, with 1,000 throats and eke with greener smiles, its joy confesses at their recent birth. Strange that so many fickle gods, as fickle as the weather, throughout Dame Nature's provinces should always pull together. June 16th. In these busy streets, domains of trade, man is a surly porter or a vain and hectoring bully, who can claim no nearer kindredship with me than brotherhood by law. Cliffs, July 8th. The loudest sound that burdens here the breeze is the wood's whisper. 'Tis, when we choose to list, audible sound, and when we list not, it is calm profound. Tongues were provided but to vex the ear with superficial thoughts. When deeper thoughts upswell, the jarring discord of harsh speech is hushed, and senses seem as little as may be to share the ecstasy. Heroism, July 13th. What a hero one can be without moving a finger. The world is not a field worthy of us, nor can we be satisfied with the plains of Troy. A glorious strife seems waging within us, yet so noiselessly that we but just catch the sound of the clarion ringing of victory borne to us on the breeze. There are in each the seeds of a heroic ardor, which need only to be stirred in with the soil where they lie, by an inspired voice or pen, to bear fruit of a divine flavor. Suspicion, July 15th. What though friends misinterpret your conduct, if it is right in the sight of God and nature? The wrong, if there be any, pertains only to the wrongdoer, nor is the integrity of your relations to the universe affected, but you may gather encouragement from their mistrust. If the friend withhold his favor, yet does greater float gratuitous on the zephyr. Truth, August 4th. Whatever of past or present wisdom has published itself to the world is palpable falsehood till it come and utter itself by my side. Sphere music, August 5th. Some sounds seem to reverberate along the plain and then settle to earth again like dust. Such are noise, discord, jargon. But such only as spring heavenward, and I may catch from steeples and hilltops in their upward course, which are the more refined parts of the former, are the true sphere music, pure, unmixed music in which no wail mingles. Divine service in the Academy Hall. In dark places and dungeons, these words might perhaps strike root and grow, but utter them in the daylight, and their dusky hues are apparent. From this window I can compare the written with the preached word. Within is weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. Without, grain fields and grasshoppers, which give those the lie direct. The Times of the Universe, August 10th. Nor can all the vanities that so vex the world alter one whit the measure that night has chosen, but ever it must be short particular metre. The human soul is a silent harp in God's choir, whose strings need only to be swept by the divine breath to chime in with the harmonies of creation. Every pulse beat is in exact time with the cricket's chant, and the tickings of the death watch in the wall. Alternate with these if you can. Consciousness, August 13th. If with closed eyes and ears I consult consciousness for a moment, immediately are all walls and barriers dissipated, earth rolls from under me, and I float, by the impetus derived from the earth and the system, a subjective, heavily laden thought in the midst of an unknown and infinite sea, or else heave and swell like a vast ocean of thought, without rock or headland, where are all riddles solved, all straight lines making there their two ends to meet, eternity and space gambolling familiarly through my depths. I am from the beginning, knowing no end, no aim. No sun illumines me, for I dissolve all lesser lights in my own intenser and steadier light. I am a restful kernel in the magazine of the universe. Resource. Men are constantly dinging in my ears their fair theories and plausible solutions of the universe, but ever there is no help, and I return again to my shoreless, islandless ocean, and fathom unceasingly for a bottom that will hold an anchor that it may not drag. Sabbath Bell, August 19th. The sound of the Sabbath bell, whose farthest waves are at this instant breaking on these cliffs, does not awaken pleasing associations alone. Its muse is wonderfully condescending and philanthropic. One involuntarily leans on his staff to humor the unusually meditative mood. It is as the sound of many catechisms and religious books twanging a canting peal round the world, and seems to issue from some Egyptian temple, and echo along the shore of the Nile, right opposite to Pharaoh's palace, and Moses in the bulrushes, startling a multitude of storks and alligators basking in the sun. Not so these larks and peewees of Musketaquid. One is sick at heart of this pagoda worship. It is like the beating of gongs in a Hindu subterranean temple. Holy War, August 21st. Passion and appetite are always an unholy land in which one may wage most holy war. Let him steadfastly follow the banner of his faith till it is planted on the enemy's citadel, nor shall he lack fields to display his valor in, nor straits worthy of him. For when he has blown his blast, and smote those within reach, invisible enemies will not cease to torment him, who yet may be starved out in the garrisons where they lie. Scripture, August 22nd. How thrilling a noble sentiment in the oldest books, in Homer, in Zendavesta, or Confucius. It is a strain of music wafted down to us on the breeze of time, through the aisles of innumerable ages. By its very nobleness it is made near and audible to us. Evening Sounds, August 26th. How strangely sounds of revelry strike the ear from over-cultivated fields by the woodside, while the sun is declining in the west. It is a world we had not known before. We listen and are capable of no mean act or thought. We tread on Olympus and participate in the councils of the gods. Homer. It does one's heart good if Homer but say the sun sets, or, quote, as when beautiful stars accompany the bright moon through the serene heavens, and the woody hills and cliffs are discerned through the mild light, and each star is visible, and the shepherd rejoices in his heart. End quote. The loss of a tooth. August 27th. Verily, I am the creature of circumstances. Here I have swallowed an indispensable tooth, and so am no whole man, but a lame and halting piece of manhood. I am conscious of no gap in my soul, but it would seem that now the entrance to the oracle has been enlarged, the more rare and commonplace the responses that issue from it. I have felt cheap, and hardly dared hold up my head among men ever since this accident happened. Nothing can I do as well and freely as before. Nothing do I undertake but I am hindered and balked by this circumstance. What a great matter a little spark kindleth! I believe if I were called at this moment to rush into the thickest of the fight, I should halt for lack of so insignificant a piece of armor as a tooth. Virtue and truth go undefended, and falsehood and affectation are thrown in my teeth, though I am toothless. One does not need that the earth quake for the sake of excitement, when so slight a crack proves such an impassable moat. But let the lame man shake his leg, and match himself with the fleetest in the race. So shall he do what is in him to do. But let him who has lost a tooth open his mouth wide and gabble, lisp, and sputter never so resolutely. Deformity, August 29th. Here at the top of Noshatuct, this mild August afternoon, I can discern no deformed thing. The profane haymakers in yonder meadow are yet the haymakers of poetry. Forsooth, Faustus and Amyntas. Yonder schoolhouse of brick, than which, near at hand, nothing can be more mote-like to my eye, serves even to heighten the picturesqueness of the scene. Barns and outbuildings, which in the nearness mar by their presence the loveliness of nature, are not only endurable, but observed where they lie by some waving field of grain or patch of woodland, prove a very cynosure to the pensive eye. Let man, after infinite hammering and din of crows, uprear a deformity in the plain, yet will nature have her revenge on the hilltop. Retire a stone's throw, and she will have changed his base metal into gold. Crickets. The crackling flight of grasshoppers is a luxury, and pleasant is it when summer has once more followed in the steps of winter to hear scald cricket piping a Nibelungenlied in the grass. It is the most infinite of singers. Wiselier had the Greeks chosen a golden cricket and let the grasshopper eat grass. One opens both his ears to the invisible, incessant choir, and doubts if it be not earth herself chanting for all time. Genii. In the vulgar daylight of our self-conceit, good genii are still overlooking and conducting us, as the stars look down on us by day as by night, and we observe them not. Sphere music, September 2nd. The cocks chant a strain of which we never tire. Some there are who find pleasure in the melody of birds and chirping of crickets, aye, even the peeping of frogs. Such faint sounds as these are for the most part heard above the weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth which so unhallow the Sabbath among us. The moan the earth makes is, after all, a very faint sound, infinitely inferior in volume to its creakings of joy and gleeful murmurs, so that we may expect the next balloonist will rise above the utmost range of discordant sounds into the region of pure melody. Never so loud was the wail, but it seemed to taper off into a piercing melody and note of joy, which lingered not amid the clods of the valley. Creeds, September 3rd. The only faith that men recognize is a creed. But the true creed which we unconsciously live by, and which rather adopts us than we it, is quite different from the written or preached one. Men anxiously hold fast to their creed as to a straw, thinking this does them good service because their sheet anchor does not drag. Rivers, September 5th. For the first time it occurred to me this afternoon what a piece of wonder a river is. A huge volume of matter ceaselessly rolling through the fields and meadows of this substantial earth, making haste from the high places by stable dwellings of men and Egyptian pyramids to its restless reservoir. One would think that, by a very natural impulse, the dwellers upon the headwaters of the Mississippi and Amazon would follow in the trail of their waters to see the end of the matter. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, 1838, at the age of 20 to 21, Part 4, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 4. Homer, September 7th. When Homer's messengers repair to the tent of Achilles, We do not have to wonder how they get there, but step by step accompany them along the shore of the resounding sea. Flow of spirits in youth, September 15th. How unaccountable the flow of spirits in youth! You may throw sticks and dirt into the current, and it will only rise the higher. Dam it up you may, but dry it up you may not, for you cannot reach its source. If you stop up this avenue or that, anon it will come gurgling out where you least expected and wash away all fixtures. Youth grasps at happiness as an inalienable right. The tear does no sooner gush than glisten. Who shall say when the tear that sprung of sorrow first sparkled with joy? Alma Natura, September 20th. It is a luxury to muse by a wall-side in the sunshine of a September afternoon, to cuddle down under a gray stone and hearken to the siren song of the cricket. Day and night seem henceforth but accidents, and the time is always a still eventide, and as the close of a happy day. Parched fields and mulleins gilded with the slanting rays are my diet. I know of no word so fit to express this disposition of nature as Alma Natura. Compensation, September 23rd. If we will be quiet and ready enough, we shall find compensation in every disappointment. If a shower drives us for shelter to the maple grove, or the trailing branches of the pine, yet in their recesses, with microscopic eye, we discover some new wonder in the bark, or the leaves, or the fungi at our feet. We are interested by some new resource of insect economy, or the chickadee is more than usually familiar. We can study nature's nooks and corners then. My boots, October 16th. Anon, with gaping fearlessness they quaff the dewy nectar with a natural thirst, or wet their leathern lungs where cranberries lurk, with sweeter wine than Chian, Lesbian, or Falernian far. Theirs was the inward lustre that bespeaks an open soul, unknowing to exclude the cheerful day, a worthier glory far than that which gilds the outmost rind with darkness visible, virtues that fast abide through lapse of years, rather rubbed in than off. Homer, October 21st. Hector, hurrying from rank to rank, is likened to the moon waiting in majesty from cloud to cloud. We are reminded of the hour of the day by the fact that the woodcutter spreads now his morning meal in the recesses of the mountains, having already laid his axe at the root of many lofty trees. October 23rd. Nestor's simple repast after the rescue of Maucon is a fit subject for poetry. The woodcutter may sit down to his cold victuals, the hero to soldiers fair, and the wild Arab to his dried dates and figs without offence, but not so a modern gentleman to his dinner. October 24th. It matters not whether these strains originate there in the grass, or float thitherward like atoms of light from the minstrel days of Greece. The snowflakes fall thick and fast on a winter's day. The winds are lulled, and the snow falls incessant, covering the tops of the mountains and the hills and the plains where the lotus tree grows, and the cultivated fields. And they are falling by the inlets and shores of the foaming sea, but are silently dissolved by the waves. Speculation, December 7th. We may believe it, but never do we live a quiet, free life such as Adam's, but are enveloped in an invisible network of speculations. Our progress is only from one such speculation to another, and only at rare intervals do we perceive that it is no progress. Could we for a moment drop this byplay and simply wonder without reference or inference? Byron, December 8th. Nothing in nature is sneaking or chapfallen, as somewhat maltreated and slighted, but each is satisfied with its being, and so is as lavender and balm. If skunk cabbage is offensive to the nostrils of men, still has it not drooped in consequence, but trustfully unfolded its leaf of 2 hands' breadth. What was it to Lord Byron, whether England owned or disowned him? Whether he smelled sour and was skunk cabbage to the English nostril, or violet-like, the pride of the land and ornament of every lady's boudoir? Let not the oyster grieve that he has lost the race. He has gained as an oyster. Fairhaven, December 15th. When winter fringes every bough with his fantastic wreath, and puts the seal of silence now upon the leaves beneath, when every stream in its penthouse goes gurgling on its way, and in his gallery the mouse nibbleth the meadow hay. Methinks the summer still is nigh, and lurketh there below, as that same meadow mouse doth lie snug underneath the snow. And if perchance the chickadee lisp a faint note anon, the snow is summer's canopy which she herself put on. Rare blossoms deck the cheerful trees, and dazzling fruits depend. The north wind sighs a summer breeze, the nipping frosts to fend. Bring glad tidings unto me, while that I stand all ear, of a serene eternity that need not winter fear. Out on the silent pond straightway the restless ice doth crack, and pond sprites merry gambols play amid the deafening wrack. Eager I press me to the vale, as I had heard brave news, how nature held high festival, which it were hard to lose. I crack me with my neighbor ice, and sympathizing quake, as each new rent darts in a trice across the gladsome lake. One with the cricket in the ground and fuel on the hearth, resounds the rare domestic sound along the forest path. Fairhaven is my huge tea-urn that seethes and sings to me, and eke the crackling faggots burn a home-bred minstrelsy. Some scraps from an essay on Sound and Silence, written in the latter half of this month, December 1838. As the truest society approaches always nearer to solitude, so the most excellent speech finally falls into silence. We go about to find solitude and silence, as though they dwelt only in distant glens and the depths of the forest, venturing out from these fastnesses at midnight. Silence was, say we, before ever the world was, as if creation had displaced her, and were not her visible framework and foil. It is only favourite dells that she deigns to frequent, and we dream not that she is then imported into them when we wend thither, as Selden's butcher busied himself with looking after his knife when he had it in his mouth. For where man is, there is silence. Silence is the communing of a conscious soul with itself. If the soul attend for a moment to its own infinity, then and there is silence. She is audible to all men, at all times, in all places, and if we will, we may always hearken to her admonitions. Silence is ever less strange than noise, lurking amid the boughs of the hemlock or pine, just in proportion as we find ourselves there. The nuthatch, tapping the upright trunks by our side, is only a partial spokesman for the solemn stillness. She is always at hand with her wisdom, by roadsides and street corners, lurking in belfries, the cannon's mouth, and the wake of the earthquake, gathering up and fondling their puny din in her ample bosom. Those divine sounds which are uttered to our inward ear, which are breathed in with the zephyr or reflected from the lake, come to us noiselessly, bathing the temples of the soul as we stand motionless amid the rocks. The halloo is the creature of walls and mason work. The whisper is fittest in the depths of the wood, or by the shore of the lake, but silence is best adapted to the acoustics of space. All sounds are her servants and purveyors, proclaiming not only that their mistress is, but is a rare mistress, and earnestly to be sought after. Behind the most distinct and significant hovers always a more significant silence which floats it. The thunder is only our signal gun, that we may know what communion awaits us. Not its dull sound, but the infinite expansion of our being which ensues, we praise and unanimously name sublime. All sound is nearly akin to silence. It is a bubble on her surface which straightway bursts, an emblem of the strength and prolificness of the undercurrent. It is a faint utterance of silence, and then only agreeable to our auditory nerves when it contrasts itself with the former. In proportion as it does this, and is a heightener and intensifier of the silence, it is harmony and purest melody. Every melodious sound is the ally of silence, a help and not a hindrance to abstraction. Certain sounds more than others have found favor with the poets only as foils to silence. Anacreon's Ode to the Cicada. We pronounce thee happy, cicada, for on the tops of the trees, sipping a little dew, like any king thou singest, for thine are they all, whatever thou seest in the fields, and whatever the woods bear. Thou art the friend of the husbandman, in no respect injuring any one, and thou art honored among men, sweet prophet of summer. The Muses love thee, and Phoebus himself loves thee, and has given thee a shrill song. Age does not rack thee, thou skilful, earth-born, song-loving, unsuffering, bloodless one. Almost thou art like the gods. Silence is the universal refuge, the sequel of all dry discourses and all foolish acts, as balm to our every chagrin, as welcome after satiety as after disappointment, that background which the painter may not daub, be he master or bungler, and which, however awkward a figure he may have made in the foreground, remains ever our inviolable asylum. With what equanimity does the silent consider how his world goes, settles the awards of virtue and justice, is slandered and buffeted never so much, and views it all as a phenomenon. He is one with truth, goodness, beauty. No indignity can assail him, no personality disturb him. The orator puts off his individuality, and is then most eloquent when most silent. He listens while he speaks, and is a hearer along with his audience. Who has not hearkened to her infinite din? She is truth's speaking trumpet, which every man carries slung over his shoulder, and when he will may apply to his ear. She is the sole oracle, the true Delphi and Dodona, which kings and courtiers would do well to consult, nor will they be balked by an ambiguous answer. Through her have all revelations been made. Just as far as men have consulted her oracle, they have obtained a clear insight, and their age been marked for an enlightened one. But as often as they have gone gadding abroad to a strange Delphi and her mad priestess, they have been benighted, and their age dark or leaden. These are garrulous and noisy eras, which no longer yield any sound. But the Grecian, or silent and melodious, era is ever sounding on the ears of men. A good book is the plectrum with which our silent lyres are struck. In all epochs, when, after breathless attention, we come to the significant words "he said," then especially our inmost man is addressed. We not unfrequently refer the interest which belongs to our own unwritten sequel to the written and comparatively lifeless page. Of all valuable books, this same sequel makes an indispensable part. It is the author's aim to say once and emphatically, "he said." This is the most the bookmaker can attain to. If he make his volume a foil whereon the waves of silence may break, it is well. It is not so much the sighing of the blast as the pause, as Gray expresses it, "when the gust is recollecting itself," that thrills us, and is infinitely grander than the importunate howlings of the storm. At evening, silence sends many emissaries to me, some navigating the subsiding waves which the village murmur has agitated. It were vain for me to interpret the silence. She cannot be done into English. For 6,000 years have men translated her. With what fidelity belonged to each, still is she little better than a sealed book. A man may run on confidently for a time, thinking he has her under his thumb, and shall one day exhaust her. But he too must at last be silent, and men remark only how brave a beginning he made. For, when he at length dives into her, so vast is the disproportion of the told to the untold, that the former will seem but the bubble on the surface where he disappeared. Nevertheless, we will go on, like those Chinese cliff swallows, feathering our nests with the froth, so they may one day be bread of life to such as dwell by the seashore. Anacreontics, December 23rd. Return of Spring. Behold how, spring appearing, the graces send forth roses. Behold how the wave of the sea is made smooth by the calm. Behold how the duck dives. Behold how the crane travels, and Titan shines constantly bright. The shadows of the clouds are moving, the works of man shine. The earth puts forth fruits. The fruit of the olive puts forth. The cup of Bacchus is crowned. Along the leaves, along the branches, the fruit, bending them down, flourishes. Cupid wounded. Love once among roses, a sleeping bee, did not see but was stung, and, being wounded in the finger of his hand, cried for pain. Running as well as flying to the beautiful Venus, "I am killed, mother," said he. "I am killed, and I die. A little serpent has stung me, winged, which they call a bee, the husbandman." And she said, "If the sting of a bee afflicts you, how, think you, are they afflicted? Love whom you smite." Dated only 1838. Sometimes I hear the veery's silver clarion, or the brazen note of the impatient jay, or in secluded woods the chickadee doles out her scanty notes, which sing the praise of heroes and set forth the loveliness of virtue evermore. Phoebe. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, 1839, at the age of 21 to 22, Part 1 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Thaw, January 11th. I saw the civil sun drying earth's tears, her tears of joy that only faster flowed. Fain would I stretch me by the highway side, to thaw and trickle with the melting snow, that mingled soul and body with the tide, I too may through the pores of nature flow. But I, alas, nor trickle can nor fume, one jot to forward the great work of time. 'Tis mine to hearken while these ply the loom, so shall my silence with their music chime. The Dream Valley, January 20th. The prospect of our river valley from Tahatawan Cliff appeared to me again in my dreams. Last night, as I lay gazing with shut eyes into the golden land of dreams, I thought I gazed adown a quiet reach of land and water prospect, whose low beach, was peopled with the now subsiding hum of happy industry whose work is done. And as I turned me on my pillow o'er, I heard the laps of waves upon the shore, distinct as it had been at broad noonday, and I were wandering at Rockaway. Love. We two, that planets erst had been, are now a double star, and in the heavens may be seen where that we fixed are. Yet whirled with subtle power along, into new space we enter, and evermore with spheral song revolve about one center. February 3rd. The deeds of king and meanest hedger stand side by side in heaven's ledger. 'Twill soon appear, if we but look at evening into earth's day book, which way the great account doth stand between the heavens and the land. The evening wind. The eastern mail comes lumbering in with outmost waves of Europe's din. The western sighs adown the slope, or mid the rustling leaves doth grope, laden with news from Californ, whate'er transpired hath since morn. How wags the world by briar and brake, from hence to Athabasca Lake. Poetizing, February 8th. When the poetic frenzy seizes us, we run and scratch with our pen, delighting, like the cock, in the dust we make, but do not detect where the jewel lies, which perhaps we have in the meantime cast to a distance, or quite covered up again. February 9th. It takes a man to make a room silent. The peal of bells, February 10th. When the world grows old by the chimney side, then forth to the youngling rocks I glide, where over the water and over the land the bells are booming on either hand. Now up they go ding, then down again dong, and a while they swing to the same old song, and the metal goes round at a single bound, a-lulling the fields with its measured sound, till the tired tongue falls with a lengthened boom, as solemn and loud as the crack of doom. Then changed is their measure to tone upon tone, and seldom it is that one sound comes alone, for they ring out their peals in a mingled throng, and the breezes waft the loud ding-dong along. When the echo has reached me in this lone vale, I am straightway a hero in coat of mail. I tug at my belt, and I march on my post, and feel myself more than a match for a host. I am on the alert for some wonderful thing, which somewhere's a-taken place. 'Tis perchance the salute which our planet doth ring when it meeteth another in space. The Shrike, February 25th. Hark, hark, from out the thickest fog, warbles with might and main, the fearless shrike, as all agog to find in fog his gain. His steady sails he never furls at any time o' year, and perched now on winter's curls he whistles in his ear. The Poet, March 3rd. He must be something more than natural, even supernatural. Nature will not speak through, but along with him. His voice will not proceed from her midst, but breathing on her will make her the expression of his thought. He then poetizes when he takes a fact out of nature into spirit. He speaks without reference to time or place. His thought is one world, hers another. He is another nature, nature's brother. Kindly offices do they perform for one another. Each publishes the other's truth. Morning, April 4th. The atmosphere of morning gives a healthy hue to our prospects. Disease is a sluggard that overtakes, never encounters us. We have the start each day, and may fairly distance him before the dew is off. But if we recline in the bowers of noon, he will come up with us after all. The morning dew breeds no cold. We enjoy a diurnal reprieve in the beginning of each day's creation. In the morning, we do not believe in expediency. We will start afresh and have no patching, no temporary fixtures. The afternoon man has an interest in the past. His eye is divided, and he sees indifferently well either way. Drifting. Drifting in a sultry day on the sluggish waters of the pond, I almost cease to live and begin to be. A boatman stretched on the deck of his craft and dallying with the noon would be as apt an emblem of eternity for me as the serpent with his tail in his mouth. I am never so prone to lose my identity. I am dissolved in the haze. Disappointment, April 7th, Sunday. The tediousness and detail of execution never occur to the genius projecting. It always antedates the completion of its work. It condescends to give time a few hours to do its bidding in. Resolve. Most have sufficient contempt for what is mean to resolve that they will abstain from it, and a few virtue enough to abide by their resolution. But not often does one attain to such lofty contempt as to require no resolution to be made. The Teamster, April 8th. There goes a 6-horse team, and a man by its side. He has rolled out of his cradle into a Tom and Jerry, and goes about his business while nature goes about hers, without standing agape at his condition. As though 60 years were not enough for these things. What have death and the cholera and the immortal destiny of man to do with the shipping interests? There is an unexplained bravery in this. What with bare astonishment one would think that man had his hands full for so short a term. But this is no drawback on the lace-working and cap-making interests. Some attain to such a degree of sang-froid and nonchalance as to be weavers of toilet cushions and manufacturers of pinheads, without once flinching, or the slightest affection of the nerves, for the period of a natural life. Fat pine for spearing, April 9th. Fat roots of pine, lying in rich veins as of gold or silver, even in old pastures where you would least expect it, make you realize that you live in the youth of the world, and you begin to know the wealth of the planet. Human nature is still in its prime then. Bring axe, pickaxe, and shovel, and tap the earth here where there is most sap. The marrowy store gleams like some vigorous sinew, and you feel a new suppleness in your own limbs. These are the traits that conciliate man's moroseness and make him civil to his fellows. Every such pine root is a pledge of suavity. If he can discover absolute barrenness in any direction, there will be some excuse for peevishness. Society, April 14th. There is a terra firma in society as well as in geography, some whose ports you may make by dead reckoning in all weather. All the rest are but floating and fabulous Atlantides which sometimes skirt the western horizon of our intercourse. They impose only on seasick mariners who have put into some Canary island on the frontiers of society. Circumstances, April 24th. Why should we concern ourselves with what has happened to us, and the unaccountable fickleness of events, and not rather with how we have happened to the universe, and it has demeaned itself in consequence? Let us record in each case the judgment we have awarded to circumstances. Acquaintance. Cheap persons will stand upon ceremony because there is no other ground. But to the great of the earth we need no introduction, nor do they need any to us. The Kingdoms of the Earth, April 25th. If we see the reality in things, of what moment is the superficial and apparent? Take the earth and all the interests it has known. What are they beside one deep surmise that pierces and scatters them? The independent beggar disposes of all with one hearty, significant curse by the roadside. 'Tis true they are not worth a tinker's dam. Picture, April 30th. Of some illuminated pictures which I saw last evening, one representing the plain of Babylon, with only a heap of brick dust in the center, and an uninterrupted horizon bounding the desert, struck me most. I would see painted a boundless expanse of desert, prairie, or sea, without other object than the horizon. The heavens and the earth, the first and last painting. Where is the artist who shall undertake it? May 11th. The farmer keeps pace with his crops and the revolutions of the seasons, but the merchant with the fluctuations of trade. Observe how differently they walk in the streets. Vice and Virtue, May 16th. Virtue is the very heart and lungs of vice. It cannot stand up, but it lean on virtue. Who has not admired the 12 labors? And yet nobody thinks if Hercules had sufficient motive for racking his bones to that degree. Men are not so much virtuous as patrons of virtue, and everyone knows that it is easier to deal with the real possessor of a thing than the temporary guardian of it. The Form of Strength, May 17th. We say justly that the weak person is flat, for, like all flat substances, he does not stand in the direction of his strength, that is on his edge, but affords a convenient surface to put upon. He slides all the way through life. Most things are strong in one direction, a straw longitudinally, a board in the direction of its edge, a knee transversely to its grain, But the brave man is a perfect sphere, which cannot fall on its flat side, and is equally strong every way. The coward is wretchedly spheroidal at best, too much educated or drawn out on one side commonly, and depressed on the other. Or he may be likened to a hollow sphere, whose disposition of matter is best when the greatest bulk is intended. Self-Culture, May 21st. Who knows how incessant a surveillance a strong man may maintain over himself? How far subject passion and appetite to reason, and lead the life his imagination paints? Well has the poet said, quote, "By manly mind, not e'en in sleep is will resigned." Unquote. By a strong effort may he not command even his brute body in unconscious moments? My Attic, June 4th. I sit here this 4th of June, looking out on men and nature from this that I call my perspective window, through which all things are seen in their true relations. This is my upper empire, bounded by 4 walls, viz. 3 of boards yellow-washed, facing the north, west, and south respectively, and the 4th of plaster, likewise yellow-washed, fronting the sunrise, to say nothing of the purlieus and outlying provinces, unexplored as yet but by rats. The words of some men are thrown forcibly against you and adhere like burrs. Rencounter, June 22nd, Saturday. I have within the last few days come into contact with a pure, uncompromising spirit that is somewhere wandering in the atmosphere, but settles not positively anywhere. Some persons carry about them the air and conviction of virtue, though they themselves are unconscious of it, and are even backward to appreciate it in others. Such it is impossible not to love. Still is their loveliness, as it were, independent of them, so that you seem not to lose it when they are absent, for when they are near, it is like an invisible presence which attends you. That virtue we appreciate is as much ours as another's. We see so much only as we possess. Sympathy, June 24th. Lately, alas, I knew a gentle boy, whose features all were cast in virtue's mould, as one she had designed for beauty's toy, but after manned him for her own stronghold. On every side he open was as day, that you might see no lack of strength within, for walls and ports do only serve all way, for a pretence to feebleness and sin. Say not that Caesar was victorious, with toil and strife, who stormed the house of fame. In other sense, this youth was glorious, himself a kingdom wheresoe'er he came. No strength went out to get him victory, when all was income of its own accord. For where he went none other was to see, but all were parcel of their noble lord. He forayed like the subtle haze of summer, that stilly shows fresh landscapes to our eyes, and revolutions works without a murmur, or rustling of a leaf beneath the skies. So I was taken unawares by this, I quite forgot my homage to confess. Yet now am forced to know, though hard it is, I might have loved him, had I loved him less. Each moment, as we nearer drew to each, a stern respect withheld us farther yet, so that we seemed beyond each other's reach, and less acquainted than when first we met. We two were one while we did sympathize, so could we not the simplest bargain drive? And what avails it now that we are wise, if absence doth this doubleness contrive? Eternity may not the chance repeat, but I must tread my single way alone, in sad remembrance that we once did meet, and know that bliss irrevocably gone. The spheres henceforth my elegy shall sing, for elegy has other subject none. Each strain of music in my ears shall ring, knell of departure from that other one. Make haste and celebrate my tragedy. With fitting strain resound, ye woods and fields. Sorrow is dearer in such case to me than all the joys other occasion yields. Isn't it then too late the damage to repair? Distance, forsooth, from my weak grasp hath reft the empty husk and clutched the useless tare, but in my hands the wheat and kernel left. If I but love that virtue which he is, though it be scented in the morning air, still shall we be truest acquaintances, nor mortals know a sympathy more rare. The Book of Gems, July 4th. With cunning plates the polished leaves were decked, each one a window to the poet's world, so rich a prospect that you might suspect in that small space all paradise unfurled. It was a right delightful road to go, marching through pastures of such fair herbage. O'er hill and dale it led, and to and fro, from bard to bard, making an easy stage. Wherever and anon I slaked my thirst, like a tired traveller at some poet's well, which from the teeming ground did bubbling burst, and tinkling thence adown the page it fell. Still through the leaves its music you might hear, till other springs fell faintly on the ear. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, 1839, at the age of 21 to 22, Part 2, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. Anure's Neck, July 11th. At length we leave the river and take to the road which leads to the hilltop, if by any means we may spy out what manner of earth we inhabit. East, west, north, and south, it is farm and parish, this world of ours. One may see how at convenient eternal intervals men have settled themselves, without thought for the universe. How little matters it all they have built and delved there in the valley. It is, after all, but a feature in the landscape. Still, the vast impulse of nature breathes over all. The eternal winds sweep across the interval today, bringing mist and haze to shut out their works. Still the crow caws from Naushatuk to Nursneck, as no feeble tradesman nor smith may do. And in all swamps the hum of mosquitoes drowns this modern hum of industry. Every man is a Roman forum. All things are up and down, east and west to me. In me is the forum out of which go the Appian and sacred ways, and 1,000 beside to the ends of the world. If I forget my centralness, and say a bean winds with or against the sun, and not right or left, it will not be true south of the equator. The Assabet, July 18th. Up this pleasant stream let's row, for the livelong summer's day, sprinkling foam where'er we go, in wreaths as white as driven snow. Ply the oars, away, away. Now we glide along the shore, chucking lilies as we go, while the yellow sanded floor doggedly resists the oar, like some turtle dull and slow. Now we stem the middle tide, ploughing through the deepest soil. Ridges pile on either side, while we through the furrow glide, reaping bubbles for our toil. Dew before and drought behind, onward all doth seem to fly. Naught contents the eager mind, only rapids now are kind. Forward are the earth and sky. Sudden music strikes the ear, leaking out from yonder bank, fit such voyagers to cheer. Sure there must be naiads here, who have kindly played this prank. There I know the cunning pack, where yon self-sufficient rill all its telltale hath kept back, through the meadows held its clack, and now bubbleth its fill. Silent flows the parent stream, and if rocks do lie below, smothers with her waves the din, as it were a youthful sin, just as still and just as slow. But this gleeful little rill, purling round its storied pebble, tinkles to the self-same tune from December until June, nor doth any drought enfeeble. See the sun behind the willows, rising through the golden haze, how he gleams along the billows, their white crests the easy pillows of his dew-besprinkled rays. Forward press we to the dawning, for Aurora leads the way. Sultry noon and twilight scorning, in each dewdrop of the morning lies the promise of a day. Rivers from the sun do flow, springing with the dewy morn. Voyagers 'gainst time do row, idle noon nor sunset know, ever even with the dawn. Since that first away, away, many a lengthy league we've rowed, still the sparrow on the spray hastes to usher in the day with her simple stanza'd ode. The Breeze's Invitation, July 20th. Come, let's roam the breezy pastures where the freest zephyrs blow, batten on the oak trees' rustle and the pleasant insect bustle dripping with the streamlet's flow. What if I no wings do wear? Through this solid seeming air I can skim like any swallow. Whoso dareth, let her follow, and we'll be a jovial pair. Like two careless swifts, let's sail. Zephyrus shall think for me, over hill and over dale. Riding on the easy gale, we will scan the earth and see. Yonder see that willow tree winnowing the buxom air, you a gnat and I a bee. With our merry minstrelsy we will make a concert there. One green leaf shall be our screen till the sun doth go to bed. I the king and you the queen of that peaceful little green, without any subject's aid. To our music time will linger, and earth open wide her ear. Nor shall any need to tarry to immortal verse to marry such sweet music as he'll hear. July 24th. Nature doth have her dawn each day, but mine are far between. Content I cry, for sooth to say, mine brightest are, I ween. For when my sun doth deign to rise, though it be her noontide, her fairest field in shadow lies, nor can my light abide. Sometimes I bask me in her day, conversing with my mate, but if we interchange one ray, forthwith her heats abate. Through his discourse I climb and see, as from some eastern hill, a brighter morrow rise to me than lieth in her skill. As 'twere 2 summer days in one, 2 Sundays come together. Our rays united make one sun with fairest summer weather. July 25th. There is no remedy for love but to love more. August 31st. Made 7 miles and moored our boat on the west side of a little rising ground which in the spring forms an island in the river, the sun going down on one hand and our eminence contributing its shadow to the night on the other. In the twilight so elastic is the air that the sky seems to tinkle over farmhouse and wood. Scrambling up the bank of our terra incognita, we fall on huckleberries, which have slowly ripened here, husbanding the juices which the months have distilled for our peculiar use this night. If they had been rank poison, the entire simplicity and confidence with which we plucked them would have ensured their wholesomeness. The devout attitude of the hour asked a blessing on that repast. It was fit for the setting sun to rest on. From our tent here on the hillside, through that isosceles door, I see our lonely mast on the shore. It may be as an eternity fixture, to be seen in landscapes henceforth, or as the most temporary standstill of time, the boat just come to anchor, and the mast still rocking to find its balance. No human life is in night, the woods, the boat, the shore, yet is it lifelike. The warm pulse of a young life beats steadily underneath all. This slight wind is where one artery approaches the surface and is skin deep. While I write here, I hear the foxes trotting about me over the dead leaves, and now gently over the grass, as if not to disturb the dew which is falling. Why should we not cultivate neighborly relations with the foxes? As if to improve upon our seeming advances, comes one to greet us nosewise under our tent curtain. Nor do we rudely repulse him. Is man powder, and the fox flint and steel? Has not the time come when men and foxes shall lie down together? Hist, there! The musquash by the boat is taking toll of potatoes and melons. Is not this the age of a community of goods? His presumption kindles in me a brotherly feeling. Nevertheless, I get up to reconnoiter, and tread stealthily along the shore to make acquaintance with him. But on the riverside I could see only the stars reflected in the water, and now, by some ripple ruffling the disk of a star, I discover him. In the silence of the night, the sound of a distant alarm bell is borne to these woods. Even now men have fires and extinguish them, and with distant horizon blazings and barking of dogs enact the manifold drama of life. We begin to have an interest in sun, moon, and stars. What time riseth Orion? Which side the pole gropeth the bear? East, west, north, and south, where are they? What clock shall tell the hours for us? Billerica, midnight. September 1st, Sunday. Under an oak on the bank of the canal in Chelmsford. From Ball's Hill to Billerica Meeting House, the river is a noble stream of water, flowing between gentle hills and occasional cliffs, and well wooded all the way. It can hardly be said to flow at all, but rests in the lap of the hills like a quiet lake. The boatmen call it a dead stream. For many long reaches you can see nothing to indicate that men inhabit its banks. Nature seems to hold a Sabbath herself today, a still warm sun on river and wood, and not breeze enough to ruffle the water. Cattle stand up to their bellies in the river, and you think Rembrandt should be here. Camped under some oaks in Tingsboro on the east bank of the Merrimack, just below the ferry. September 2nd. Camped in Merrimack on the west bank by a deep ravine. September 3rd. In Bedford on the west bank, opposite a large rock above Coos Falls. September 4th, Wednesday. Hooksett, east bank, 2 or 3 miles below the village, opposite Mr. Mitchell's. September 5th. Walked to Concord, New Hampshire, 10 miles. September 6th. By stage to Plymouth, 40 miles, and on foot to Tilton's Inn, Thornton. The scenery commences on Sanbornton Square, whence the White Mountains are first visible. In Campden it is decidedly mountainous. September 7th. Walked from Thornton through Peeling and Lincoln to Franconia. In Lincoln visited Stone Flume and Basin, and in Franconia the Notch, and saw the Old Man of the Mountain. September 8th. Walked from Franconia to Thomas J. Crawford's. September 9th. At Crawford's. September 10th. Ascended the mountain and rode to Conway. September 11th. Rode to Concord. September 12th. Rode to Hooksett, and rode to Bedford, New Hampshire, or rather to the northern part of Merrimack, near the ferry, by a large island near which we camped. September 13th. Rode and sailed to Concord, about 50 miles. The Wise Rest, September 17th. Nature never makes haste. Her systems revolve at an even pace. The bud swells imperceptibly, without hurry or confusion, as though the short spring days were an eternity. All her operations seem separately, for the time, the single object for which all things tarry. Why, then, should man hasten as if anything less than eternity were allotted for the last deed? Let him consume never so many aeons, so that he go about the meanest task well, though it be but the paring of his nails. If the setting sun seems to hurry him to improve the day while it lasts, the chant of the crickets fails not to reassure him, even measured as of old, teaching him to take his own time henceforth forever. The wise man is restful, never restless or impatient. He each moment abides there where he is, as some walkers actually rest the whole body at each step, while others never relax the muscles of the leg till the accumulated fatigue obliges them to stop short. As the wise is not anxious that time wait for him, neither does he wait for it. October 22nd. Nature will bear the closest inspection. She invites us to lay our eye level with her smallest leaf and take an insect view of its plane. Aeschylus, November 5th. There was one man lived his own healthy Attic life in those days. The words that have come down to us evidence that their speaker was a seer in his day and generation. At this day they owe nothing to their dramatic form, nothing to stage machinery and the fact that they were spoken under these or those circumstances. All display of art for the gratification of a factitious taste is silently passed by to come at the least particle of absolute and genuine thought they contain. The reader will be disappointed, however, who looks for traits of a rare wisdom or eloquence, and will have to solace himself, for the most part, with the poet's humanity and what it was in him to say. He will discover that, like every genius, he was a solitary liver and worker in his day. We are accustomed to say that the common sense of this age belonged to the seer of the last, as if time gave him any vantage ground. But not so. I see not but genius must ever take an equal start, and all the generations of men are virtually at a standstill for it to come and consider of them. Common sense is not so familiar with any truth, but genius will represent it in a strange light to it. Let the seer bring down his broad eye to the most stale and trivial fact, and he will make you believe it a new planet in the sky. As to criticism, man has never to make allowance to man. There is naught to excuse, naught to bear in mind. All the past is here present to be tried. Let it approve itself if it can. Growth. We are not apt to remember that we grow. It is curious to reflect how the maiden waiteth patiently, confiding as the unripe houstonia of the meadow, for the slow-moving years to work their will with her, perfect and ripen her, like it to be fanned by the wind, watered by the rain, and receive her education at the hands of nature. These young buds of manhood in the streets are like buttercups in the meadows, surrendered to nature as they. November 7th. I was not aware till today of a rising and risen generation. Children appear to me as raw as the fresh fungi on a fence rail. By what degrees of consanguinity is this succulent and rank-growing slip of manhood related to me? What is it but another herb, ranging all the kingdoms of nature, drawing in sustenance by 1,000 roots and fibers from all soils? Laconicism, November 8th. Prometheus's answer to Io's question, who has bound him to the rock, is a good instance. Voiuma mendo dian, Hephaesto dehid. The will indeed of Zeus, of Vulcan the hand. Also, Thesas, de toda pros kako, mothisate, o santota arhin, keto duluin veha. Such naked speech is the standing aside of words to make room for thoughts. Regret, November 13th. Make the most of your regrets. Never smother your sorrow, but tend and cherish it till it come to have a separate and integral interest. To regret deeply is to live afresh. By so doing, you will be astonished to find yourself restored once more to all your emoluments. Despondency, November 14th. There is nowhere any apology for despondency. Always there is life which, rightly lived, implies a divine satisfaction. I am soothed by the raindrops on the door-sill. Every globule that pitches thus confidently from the eaves to the ground is my life insurance. Disease and a raindrop cannot coexist. The east wind is not itself consumptive, but has enjoyed a rare health from of old. If a fork or brand stand erect, good is portended by it. They are the warrant of universal innocence. Farewell, November 19th. Light-hearted, thoughtless, shall I take my way, when I to thee this being have resigned, well knowing where, upon a future day, with usurer's craft more than myself to find. Linnaeus, November 22nd. Linnaeus, setting out for Lapland, surveys his comb and spare shirt, leather breeches, and gauze cap to keep off gnats, with as much complacency as Bonaparte would a park of artillery to be used in the Russian campaign. His eye is to take in fish, flower, and bird, quadruped and biped. The quiet bravery of the man is admirable. These facts have even a novel interest. November 29th. Many brave men have been there, thank fortune, but I shall never grow brave by comparison. When I remember myself, I shall forget them. Bravery, December 2nd. A rare landscape immediately suggests a suitable inhabitant, whose breath shall be its wind, whose moods its seasons, and to whom it will always be fair. To be chafed and worried, and not as serene as nature, does not become one whose nature is as steadfast as she. We do all stand in the front ranks of the battle every moment of our lives. Where there is a brave man, there is the thickest of the fight, there the post of honor. Not he who procures a substitute to go to Florida is exempt from service. He gathers his laurels in another field. Waterloo is not the only battleground. As many and fatal guns are pointed at my breast now as are contained in the English arsenals. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, 1839, at the age of 21 to 22, Part 3 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 3. Noon, undated. Straightway dissolved, like to the morning mists, or rather like the subtler mists of noon, stretched I far up the neighboring mountains' sides, adown the valleys, through the nether air, bathing with fond expansiveness of soul, the tiniest blade as the sublimest cloud, what time the bittern solitary bird hides now her head amid the whispering fern, and not a paddock vexes all the shore, nor feather ruffles the incumbent air, save where the wagtail interrupts the noon. From a chapter on bravery, script, December. Bravery deals not so much in resolute action as in healthy and assured rest. Its palmy state is a staying at home and compelling alliance in all directions. The brave man never heareth the din of war. He is trustful and unsuspecting, so observant of the least trait of good or beautiful, that if you turn toward him the dark side of anything, he will still see only the bright. One moment of serene and confident life is more glorious than a whole campaign of daring. We should be ready for all issues, not daring to die, but daring to live. To the brave, even danger is an ally. In their unconscious daily life are all braver than they know. Man slumbers and wakes in his twilight with the confidence of noonday. He is not palsied nor struck dumb by the inexplicable riddle of the universe. A mere surveyor's report or clause in a preemption bill contains matter of quite extraneous interest, of a subdued but confident tone, evincing such a steadiness in the writer as would have done wonders at Bunker's Hill or Marathon. Where there is the collected eye, there will not fail the effective hand. Hi delta ora tu drasimon. Science is always brave, for to know is to know good. Doubt and danger quail before her eye. What the coward overlooks in his hurry, she calmly scrutinizes, breaking ground like a pioneer for the array of arts in her train. Cowardice is unscientific, for there cannot be a science of ignorance. There may be a science of war, for that advances, but a retreat is rarely well conducted. If it is, then is it an orderly advance in the face of circumstances. If his fortune deserts him, the brave man in pity still abides by her. Samuel Johnson and his friend Savage, compelled by poverty to pass the night in the streets, resolve that they will stand by their country. The state of complete manhood is virtue, and virtue and bravery are one. This truth has long been in the languages. All the relations of the subject are hinted at in the derivation and analogies of the Latin words vir and virtus, and the Greek agathos and aristos. Language, in its settled form, is the record of men's second thoughts, a more faithful utterance than they can momentarily give. What men say is so sifted and obliged to approve itself as answering to a common want, that nothing absolutely frivolous obtains currency in the language. The analogies of words are never whimsical and meaningless, but stand for real likenesses. Only the ethics of mankind, and not of any particular man, give point and vigor to our speech. The coward was born one day too late, for he has never overtaken the present hour. He is the younger son of creation, who now waiteth till the elder decease. He does not dwell on the earth as though he had a deed of the land in his pocket, not as another lump of nature, as imperturbable an occupant as the stones in the field. He has only rented a few acres of time and space, and thinks that every accident portends the expiration of his lease. He is a non-proprietor, a serf, in his moral economy nomadic, having no fixed abode. When danger appears, he goes abroad and clings to straws. Bravery and cowardice are kindred correlatives with knowledge and ignorance, light and darkness, good and evil. If you let a single ray of light through the shutter, it will go on diffusing itself without limit till it enlighten the world, but the shadow that was never so wide at first as rapidly contracts till it comes to naught. The shadow of the moon, when it passes nearest the sun, is lost in space ere it can reach our earth to eclipse it. Always the system shines with uninterrupted light, for as the sun is so much larger than any planet, no shadow can travel far into space. We may bask always in the light of the system, always may step back out of the shade. No man's shadow is as large as his body if the rays make a right angle with the reflecting surface. Let our lives be passed under the equator, with the sun in the meridian. There is no ill which may not be dissipated like the dark, if you let in a stronger light upon it. Overcome evil with good. Practice no such narrow economy as they whose bravery amounts to no more light than a farthing candle, before which most objects cast a shadow wider than themselves. It was a conceit of Plutarch, accounting for the preferences given to signs observed on the left hand, that men may have thought things terrestrial and mortal directly over against heavenly and divine things, and do conjecture that the things which to us are on the left hand, the gods send down from their right hand. If we are not blind, we shall see how a right hand is stretched over all, as well the unlucky as lucky, and that the ordering soul is only right-handed, distributing with one palm all our fates. Men have made war from a deeper instinct than peace. War is but the compelling of peace. When the world is declared under martial law, every Esau retakes his birthright, and what there is in him does not fail to appear. He wipes off all old scores and commences a new account. The world is interested to know how any soul will demean itself in so novel a position. But when war, too, like commerce and husbandry, gets to be a routine, and men go about it as indented apprentices, the hero degenerates into a marine, and the standing army into a standing jest. No pains are spared to do honor to the brave soldier. All guilds and corporations are taxed to provide him with fit harness and equipment. His coat must be red as the sunset, or blue as the heavens. Gold or silver, pinchbeck or copper, solid or superficial, mark him for fortune's favorite. The skill of a city enchases and tempers his sword blade. The Tyrian dye confounds him with emperors and kings. Wherever he goes, music proceeds and prepares the way for him. His life is a holiday, and the contagion of his example unhinges the universe. The world puts by work and comes out to stare. He is the one only man. He recognizes no time-honored castes and conventions, no fixtures but transfixtures, no governments at length settled on a permanent basis. One tap of the drum sets the political and moral harmonies all ajar. His ethics may well bear comparison with the priest's. He may rally, charge, retreat in an orderly manner, but never flee nor flinch. Each more melodious note I hear brings sad reproach to me, that I alone afford the ear. Who would the music be? The brave man is the sole patron of music. He recognizes it for his mother tongue, a more mellifluous and articulate language than words, in comparison with which speech is recent and temporary. It is his voice. His language must have the same majestic movement and cadence that philosophy assigns to the heavenly bodies. The steady flux of his thought constitutes time in music. The universe falls in and keeps pace with it, which before proceeded singly and discordant. Hence our poetry and song. When bravery first grew afraid and went to war, it took music along with it. The soul delighted still to hear the echo of its own voice. Especially the soldier insists on agreement and harmony always. Indeed, it is that friendship there is in war that makes it chivalrous and heroic. It was the dim sentiment of a noble friendship for the purest soul the world has seen that gave to Europe a crusading era. The day of tilts and tournaments has gone by, but no herald summons us to the tournament of love. The brave warrior must have harmony, if not melody, at any sacrifice. Consider what shifts he makes. There are the bagpipe, the gong, the trumpet, the drum. Either the primitive Central African or Indian, or the brass European. Ever since Jericho fell down before a blast of ram's horns, the martial and musical have gone hand in hand. If the soldier marches to the sack of a town, he must be preceded by drum and trumpet, which shall, as it were, identify his cause with the accordant universe. All woods and walls echo back his own spirit, and the hostile territory is then preoccupied for him. He is no longer insulated, but infinitely related and familiar. The roll call musters for him all the forces of nature. All sounds, and more than all, silence, do fife and drum for us. The least creaking doth whet all our senses and emit a tremulous light, like the aurora borealis over things. As polishing expresses the vein in marble and the grain in wood, so music brings out what of heroic lurks anywhere. To the sensitive soul, the universe has its own fixed measure, which is its measure also, and as a regular pulse is inseparable from a healthy body, so is its healthiness dependent on the regularity of its rhythm. In all sounds, the soul recognizes its own rhythm and seeks to express its sympathy by a correspondent movement of the limbs. When the body marches to the measure of the soul, then is true courage and invincible strength. The coward would reduce this thrilling sphere music to a universal wail, this melodious chant to a nasal cant. He thinks to conciliate all hostile influences by compelling his neighborhood into a partial concord with himself. But his music is no better than a jingle which is akin to a jar, jars regularly recurring. He blows a feeble blast of slender melody, because nature can have no more sympathy with such a soul than it has of cheerful melody in itself. Hence hears he no accordant note in the universe, and is a coward, or consciously outcast and deserted man. But the brave man, without drum or trumpet, compels concord everywhere by the universality and tunefulness of his soul. Quote, "Take a metallic plate," says Coleridge, "and strew sand on it. Sound a harmonic chord over the sand, and the grains will whirl about in circles and other geometrical figures, all, as it were, depending on some point relatively at rest. Sound a discord, and every grain will whisk about without any order at all, in no figures and with no points of rest." End quote. The brave man is such a point of relative rest over which the soul sounds ever a harmonic chord. Music is either a sedative or a tonic to the soul. I read that, quote, "Plato thinks the gods never gave men music, the science of melody and harmony, for mere delectation or to tickle the ear, but that the discordant parts of the circulations and beauteous fabric of the soul, and that of it roves about the body, and many times, for want of tune and air, breaks forth into many extravagances and excesses, might be sweetly recalled and artfully wound up to their former consent and agreement." End quote. By dint of wind and stringed instruments, the coward endeavors to put the best face on the matter, whistles to keep his courage up. There are some brave traits related by Plutarch, e.g., quote, Homer acquaints us how Ajax, being to engage in a single combat with Hector, bade the Grecians pray to the gods for him, and while they were at their devotions, he was putting on his armor. End quote. On another occasion, a storm arises, quote, which as soon as the pilot sees, he falls to his prayers and invokes his tutelar demons, but neglects not in the meantime to hold to the rudder and let down the main yard. Homer directs his husbandmen, before he either plough or sow, to pray to the terrestrial Jove and the venerable Ceres, but with his hand upon the plough-tail. Arhigar otos tu nikan tu tarin. Verily, to be brave is the beginning of victory. The Romans made fortune surname to fortitude, for fortitude is that alchemy that turns all things to good fortune. The man of fortitude, whom the Latins call fortis, is no other than that lucky person whom fors favors, or ver summe fortis. If we will, every bark may carry Caesar and Caesar's fortune. The brave man stays at home. For an impenetrable shield, stand inside yourself. He was an arrant coward who first made shields of brass. For armor of proof, mia virtute mi involvo. I wrap myself in my virtue. Tumble me down, and I will sit upon my ruins, smiling yet. The bravest deed, which for the most part is left quite out of history, which alone wants the staleness of a deed done and the uncertainty of a deed doing, is the life of a great man. To perform exploits is to be temporarily bold, as becomes a courage that ebbs and flows, the soul quite vanquished by its own deed subsiding into indifference and cowardice. But the exploit of a brave life consists in its momentary completeness. Friendship. Fall of 1839. Then first I conceive of a true friendship, when some rare specimen of manhood presents itself. It seems the mission of such to commend virtue to mankind, not by any imperfect preaching of her word, but by their own carriage and conduct. We may then worship moral beauty without the formality of a religion. They are some fresher wind that blows, some new fragrance that breathes. They make the landscape and the sky for us. The rules of other intercourse are all inapplicable to this. We are one virtue, one truth, one beauty. All nature is our satellite, whose light is dull and reflected. She is subaltern to us, an episode to our poem. But we are primary, and radiate light and heat to the system. I am only introduced once again to myself. Conversation, contact, familiarity are the steps to it and instruments of it, but it is most perfect when these are done and distance and time oppose no barrier. I need not ask any man to be my friend, more than the sun, the earth, to be attracted by him. It is not his to give, nor mine to receive. I cannot pardon my enemy. Let him pardon himself. Commonly, we degrade love and friendship by presenting them under the aspect of a trivial dualism. What matter a few words more or less with my friend, with all mankind? They will still be my friends in spite of themselves. Let them stand aloof if they can, as though the most formidable distance could rob me of any real sympathy or advantage. No, when such interests are at stake, time and distance and difference fall into their own places. But alas, to be actually separated from that parcel of heaven we call our friend, with the suspicion that we shall no more meet in nature, is source enough for all the elegies that ever were written. But the true remedy will be to recover our friend again piecemeal, wherever we can find a feature, as Itys gathered up the members of his son, which Medea had strewn in her path. The more complete our sympathy, the more our senses are struck dumb, and we are repressed by the delicate respect, so that to indifferent eyes we are least his friend, because no vulgar symbols pass between us. On afterthought, perhaps we come to fear that we have been the losers by such seeming indifference. But in truth, that which withholds us is the bond between us. My friend will be as much better than myself as my aspiration is above my performance. This is most serene autumn weather. The chirp of crickets may be heard at noon over all the land, as in summer they are heard only at nightfall. So now, by their incessant chirp, they usher in the evening of the year. The lively decay of autumn promises as infinite duration and freshness as the green leaves of spring. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, 1840 at the age of 22 to 23, Part 1 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Fisher's Son, January 10th. I know the world where land and water meet, by yonder hill abutting on the main. One while I hear the waves incessant beat, then, turning round, survey the land again. Within a humble cot that looks to sea, daily I breathe this curious warm life. Beneath a friendly haven's sheltering lee, my noiseless day with mystery still is rife. 'Tis here, they say, my simple life began, and easy credit to the tale I lend, for well I know 'tis here I am a man. But who will simply tell me of the end? These eyes, fresh opened, spied the far-off sea, which like a silent godfather did stand, nor uttered one explaining word to me, but introduced straight godmotherland. And yonder still stretches that silent main, with many glancing ships besprinkled o'er, and earnest still I gaze and gaze again upon the self-same waves and friendly shore, till, like a watery humour on the eye, it still appears whichever way I turn, its silent waste and mute o'er-arching sky. With close-shut eyes I clearly still discern, and yet with lingering doubt I haste each morn to see if ocean still my gaze will greet, and with each day once more to life am born, and tread once more the earth with infant feet. My years are like a stroll upon the beach, as near the ocean's edge as I can go. My tardy steps its waves do oft o'erreach. Sometimes I stay to let them overflow. Infinite work my hands find there to do, gathering the relics which the waves upcast. Each storm doth scour the deep for something new, and every time the strangest is the last. My sole employment 'tis, and scrupulous care, to place my gains beyond the reach of tides, each smoother pebble and each shell more rare, which ocean kindly to my hand confides. I have no fellow labourer on the shore. They scorn the strand who sail upon the sea. Sometimes I think the ocean they've sailed o'er is deeper known upon the strand to me. The middle sea can show no crimson dulse, its deeper waves cast up no pearls to view. Along the shore my hand is on its pulse, whose feeble beat is elsewhere felt by few. My neighbours come sometimes with lumbering carts, as it would seem my pleasant toil to share, but straightway take their loads to distant marts, for only weeds and ballast are their care. 'Tis by some strange coincidence if I make common cause with ocean when he storms, who can so well support a separate sky, and people it with multitude of forms. Oft in the stillness of the night I hear some restless bird presage the coming din, and distant murmurs faintly strike my ear, from some bold bluff projecting far within. My stillest depths straightway do inly heave, more genially than rests the summer's calm. The howling winds through my soul's cordage grieve, till every shelf and ledge gives the alarm. Far from the shore the swelling billows rise, and gathering strength come rolling to the land, and as each wave retires and murmur dies, I straight pursue upon the streaming sand, till the returning surge with gathered strength compels once more the backward way to take, and creeping up the beach a cable's length, in many a thirsty hollow leaves a lake. Oft as some ruling star my tide has swelled, the sea can scarcely brag more wrecks than I, ere other influence my waves has quelled. The stanchest bark that floats is high and dry. January 19th. By a strong liking we prevail against the stoutest fort, At length the fiercest heart will quail, and our alliance court. Friends, January 26th. They are like air bubbles on water, hastening to flow together. History tells of Orestes and Pylades, Damon and Pythias. But why should not we put to shame those old reserved worthies by a community of such? Constantly, as it were through a remote skylight, I have glimpses of a serene friendship land, and know the better why brooks murmur and violets grow. This conjunction of souls, like waves which meet and break, subsides also backward over things, and gives all a fresh aspect. I would live henceforth with some gentle soul such a life as may be conceived, double for variety, single for harmony. 2. Only that we might admire at our oneness. 1, because indivisible. Such community to be a pledge of holy living. How could aught unworthy be admitted into our society? To listen with one ear to each summer sound, to behold with one eye each summer scene, our visual rays so to meet and mingle with the object as to be one bent and doubled, with two tongues to be wearied and thought to spring ceaselessly from a double fountain. Poetry. January. No definition of poetry is adequate unless it be poetry itself. The most accurate analysis by the rarest wisdom is yet insufficient, and the poet will instantly prove it false by setting aside its requisitions. It is indeed all that we do not know. The poet does not need to see how meadows are something else than earth, grass, and water, but how they are thus much. He does not need discover that potato blows are as beautiful as violets as the farmer thinks, but only how good potato blows are. The poem is drawn out from under the feet of the poet. His whole weight has rested on this ground. It has logic more severe than the logician's. You might as well think to go in pursuit of the rainbow and embrace it on the next hill, as to embrace the whole of poetry even in thought. The best book is only an advertisement of it, such as is sometimes sewed in with its cover. Its eccentric and unexplored orbit embraces the system. January 27th. What a tame life we are living! How little heroic it is! Let us devise never so perfect a system of living, and straightway the soul leaves it to shuffle along its own way alone. It is easy enough to establish a durable and harmonious routine. Immediately all parts of nature consent to it. The sundial still points to the noon mark, and the sun rises and sets for it. The neighbors are never fatally obstinate when such a scheme is to be instituted, but forthwith all lend a hand and ring the bell, and bring fuel and lights, and put by work and don their best garments, with an earnest conformity which matches the operations of nature. There is always a present and extant life which all combine to uphold, though its insufficiency is manifest enough. Still, the sing-song goes on. January 29th. A friend in history looks like some premature soul. The nearest approach to a community of love in these days is like the distant breaking of waves on the seashore. An ocean there must be, for it washes our beach. This alone do all men sail for, trade for, plow for, preach for, fight for. Aeschylus. The Greeks, as the Southerns generally, expressed themselves with more facility than we in distinct and lively images, and as to the grace and completeness with which they treated the subjects suited to their genius, they must be allowed to retain their ancient supremacy. But a rugged and uncouth array of thought, though never so modern, may rout them at any moment. It remains for other than Greeks to write the literature of the next century. Aeschylus had a clear eye for the commonest things. His genius was only an enlarged common sense. He adverts with chaste severity to all natural facts. His sublimity is Greek sincerity and simpleness, naked wonder which mythology had not helped to explain. Tydeus's shield had for device, quote, an artificial heaven blazing with stars, a bright full moon in the midst of the shield. Eldest of stars, eye of night is prominent. End quote. The Greeks were stern but simple children in their literature. We have gained nothing by the few ages which we have the start of them. This universal wondering at those old men is as if a matured grown person should discover that the aspirations of his youth argued a diviner life than the contented wisdom of his manhood. He is competent to express any of the common manly feelings. If his hero is to make a boast, it does not lack fullness. It is as boastful as could be desired. He has a flexible mouth, and can fill it readily with strong, round words, so that you will say the man's speech wants nothing. He has left nothing unsaid, but he has actually wiped his lips of it. Whatever the common eye sees at all and expresses as best it may, he sees uncommonly and describes with rare completeness. The multitude that thronged the theatre could no doubt go along with him to the end. The Greeks had no transcendent geniuses like Milton and Shakespeare, whose merit only posterity could fully appreciate. The social condition of genius is the same in all ages. Aeschylus was undoubtedly alone and without sympathy in his simple reverence for the mystery of the universe. February 10th. Criticism on Aulus Persius Flaccus. February 11th. Quote, truth, says Lord Bacon, may perhaps come to the price of a pearl that showeth best by day, but it will not rise to the price of a diamond or carbuncle, which showeth best in varied lights. End quote. Like the pearl, truth shines with a steady but pale light, which invites to introspection. It is intrinsically bright, not accidentally as the diamond. We seem to behold its rear always, as though it were not coming toward us, but retiring from us. Its light is not reflected this way, but we see the somber and wrong side of its rays. as the dust in his beams makes known that the sun shines. Falsehoods that glare and dazzle are sloped toward us, reflecting full in our faces even the light of the sun. Wait till sunset, or go round them, and the falsity will be apparent. It is never enough that our life is an easy one. We must live on the stretch, not be satisfied with a tame and undisturbed round of weeks and days, but retire to our rest like soldiers on the eve of a battle, looking forward with ardor to the strenuous sortie of the morrow. Sit not down in the popular seats and common level of virtues, but endeavor to make them heroical. Offer not only peace offerings, but holocausts unto God. To the brave soldier, the rust and leisure of peace are harder than the fatigues of war. As our bodies court physical encounters and languish in the mild and even climate of the tropics, so our souls thrive best on unrest and discontent. He enjoys true leisure who has time to improve his soul's estate. February 12th. Opposition is often so strong a likeness as to remind us of the difference. Truth has properly no opponent, for nothing gets so far up on the other side as to be opposite. She looks broadcast over the field and sees no opponent. The ringleader of the mob will soonest be admitted into the councils of state. Knavery is more foolish than folly, for that, half knowing its own foolishness, it still persists. The knave has reduced folly to a system, is the prudent, common-sense fool. The witling has the simplicity and directness of genius, is the inspired fool. His incomprehensible ravings become the creed of the dishonest of a succeeding era. February 13th. An act of integrity is to an act of duty what the French verb être is to devoir. Duty is ce quoi devrait être. Duty belongs to the understanding, but genius is not dutiful. The highest talent is dutiful. Goodness results from the wisest use of talent. The perfect man has both genius and talent. The one is his head, the other his foot. By one he is, by the other he lives. The unconsciousness of man is the consciousness of God, the end of the world. The very thrills of genius are disorganizing. The body is never quite acclimated to its atmosphere, but how often succumbs and goes into a decline. February 14th. Beauty lives by rhymes. Double a deformity is a beauty. Draw this blunt quill over the paper and fold it once transversely to the line, pressing it suddenly before the ink dries, and a delicately shaded and regular figure is the result, which art cannot surpass. A very meager natural history suffices to make me a child. Only their names and genealogy make me love fishes. I would know even the number of their fin rays, and how many scales compose the lateral line. I fancy I am amphibious, and swim in all the brooks and pools in the neighborhood, with the perch and bream. or doze under the pads of our river amid the winding aisles and corridors formed by their stems, with the stately pickerel. I am the wiser in respect to all knowledges, and the better qualified for all fortunes, for knowing that there is a minnow in the brook. Methinks I have need even of his sympathy, and to be his fellow in a degree. I do like him sometimes when he balances himself for an hour over the yellow floor of his basin. February 15th. The good seem to inhale a more generous atmosphere and be bathed in a more precious light than other men. Accordingly, Virgil describes the sedus beatus thus, quote, Lagior hic campos aether et lumine vestit, purpureo solemque sum sua sidera norant. End quote. February 16th. Divination is prospective memory. There is a kindred principle at the bottom of all affinities. The magnet cultivates a steady friendship with the pole, all bodies with all others. The friendliness of nature is that goddess Ceres, who presides over every sowing and harvest, and we bless the same in sun and rain. The seed in the ground tarries for a season with its genial friends there. All the earths and grasses and minerals are its hosts, who entertain it hospitably, and plenteous crops and teeming wagons are the result. February 18th. All romance is grounded on friendship. What is this rural, this pastoral, this poetical life but its invention? Does not the moon shine for Endymion? Smooth pastures and mild airs are for some Corydon and Phyllis. Paradise belongs to Adam and Eve. Plato's Republic is governed by Platonic love. February 20th. The coward's hope is suspicion, the hero's doubt a sort of hope. The gods neither hope nor doubt. February 22nd. The river is unusually high, owing to the melting of the snow. Men go in boats over their gardens and potato fields, and all the children of the village are on tiptoe to see whose fence will be carried away next. Great numbers of muskrats, which have been driven out of their holes by the water, are killed by the sportsmen. They are to us instead of the beaver. The wind from over the meadows is laden with a strong scent of musk, and by its racy freshness advertises us of an unexplored wildness. Those backwoods are not far off. I am affected by the sight of their cabins of mud and grass, raised 4 or 5 feet along the river, as when I read of the pyramids or the barrows of Asia. People step brisker in the street for this unusual movement of the waters. You seem to hear the roar of a waterfall and the din of factories where the river breaks over the road. Who would have thought that a few feet might not have been spared from the trunks of most trees? Such as grow in the meadows and are now surrounded by that depth of water have a dwarfish appearance. No matter whether they are longer or shorter, they are now equally out of proportion. The Freshet, February 24th. A stir is on the Worcester hills. In Knobscot, too, the valley fills, where scarce you'd fill an acorn cup, in summer when the sun was up. No more you'll find a cup at all, but in its place a waterfall. Oh, that the moon were in conjunction to the dry land's extremest unction, till every dike and pier were flooded, and all the land with islands studded, for once to teach all humankind, both those that plough and those that grind, there is no fixture in the land, but all unstable is as sand. The river swelleth more and more, like some sweet influence stealing o'er the passive town, and for a while each tussock makes a tiny isle, where on some friendly Ararat resteth the weary water-rat. No ripple shows Muscetaquid, her very current e'en is hid, as deepest souls do calmest rest, when thoughts are swelling in the breast. And she that in the summer's drought doth make a rippling and a rout, sleeps from Naugatuck to the cliff, unruffled by a single skiff. So like a deep and placid mind, whose currents underneath it wind, for by 1,000 distant hills the louder roar 1,000 rills, and many a spring which now is dumb, and many a stream with smothered hum, doth faster well and swifter glide, though buried deep beneath the tide. Our village shows a rural Venice, its broad lagoons where yonder fen is, far lovelier than the bay of Naples, yon placid cove amid the maples. And in my neighbor's field of corn I recognize the golden horn. Here nature taught from year to year, when only red men came to hear. Methinks 'twas in this school of art Venice and Naples learned their part, but still their mistress, to my mind, her young disciples leaves behind. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, 1840, at the age of 22 to 23, Part 2 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. February 26th. The most important events make no stir on their first taking place, nor indeed in their effects directly. They seem hedged about by secrecy. It is concussion, or the rushing together of air to fill a vacuum, which makes a noise. The great events to which all things consent, and for which they have prepared the way, produce no explosion, for they are gradual, and create no vacuum which requires to be suddenly filled. As a birth takes place in silence, and is whispered about the neighborhood, but an assassination, which is at war with the constitution of things, creates a tumult immediately. Corn grows in the night. February 27th. Some geniuses seem to hover in the horizon like heat lightning, which is not accompanied with fertilizing rain to us, but we are obliged to rest contented with the belief that it is purifying the air somewhere. Others make known their presence by their effects, like that vivid lightning which is accompanied by copious rain and thunder, and though it clears our atmosphere, sometimes destroys our lives. Others still impart a steady and harmless light at once to large tracts, as the aurora borealis, and this phenomenon is hardest to be accounted for, some thinking it to be a reflection of the polar splendor, others a subtle fluid which pervades all things and tends always to the zenith. All are agreed that these are equally electrical phenomena, as some clever persons have shown by drawing a spark with their knuckles. Modern philosophy thinks it has drawn down lightning from the clouds. February 28th. On the death of a friend, we should consider that the fates through confidence have devolved on us the task of a double living, that we have henceforth to fulfill the promise of our friend's life also in our own to the world. February 29th. A friend advises by his whole behavior, and never condescends to particulars. Another chides away a fault, he loves it away. While he sees the other's error, he is silently conscious of it, and only the more loves truth himself, and assists his friend in loving it, till the fault is expelled and gently extinguished. March 2nd. Love is the burden of all nature's odes. The song of the birds is an epithalamium, a hymeneal. The marriage of the flowers spots the meadows and fringes the hedges with pearls and diamonds. In the deep water, in the high air, in woods and pastures and the bowels of the earth, this is the employment and condition of all things. March 4th. I learned today that my ornithology had done me no service. The birds I heard, which fortunately did not come within the scope of my science, sung as freshly as if it had been the first morning of creation, and had for background to their song an untrodden wilderness, stretching through many a Carolina and Mexico of the soul. March 6th. There is no delay in answering great questions. For them all things have an answer ready. The Pythian priestess gave her answers instantly, and ofttimes before the questions were fairly propounded. Great topics do not wait for past or future to be determined, but the state of the crops or Brighton market no bird concerns itself about. March 8th. The wind shifts from northeast and east to northwest and south, and every icicle which has tinkled on the meadow grass so long trickles down its stem and seeks its water level unerringly with a million comrades. In the ponds the ice cracks with a busy and inspiriting din, and down the larger streams is whirled, grating hoarsely and crashing its way along, which was so lately a firm field for the woodman's team and the fox, sometimes with the tracks of the skaters still fresh upon it, and the holes cut for pickerel. Town committees inspect the bridges and causeways, as if by mere eye force to intercede with the ice and save the treasury. In the brooks, the slight grating sound of small cakes of ice, floating with various speed, is full of content and promise, and where the water gurgles under a natural bridge, You may hear these hasty rafts hold conversation in an undertone. Every rill is a channel for the juices of the meadow. Last year's grasses and flower stalks have been steeped in rain and snow, and now the brooks flow with meadow tea, thoroughwort, mint, flagroot, and pennyroyal, all at one draught. In the ponds, the sun makes encroachments around the edges first, as ice melts in a kettle on the fire, darting his rays through this crevice, and preparing the deep water to act simultaneously on the underside. 2 years and 20 now have flown. Their meanness time away has flung. These limbs to man's estate have grown, but cannot claim a manly tongue. Amidst such boundless wealth without, I only still am poor within. The birds have sung their summer out, but still my spring does not begin. In vain I see the morning rise, in vain observe the western blaze, who idly look to other skies, expecting life by other ways. The sparrow sings at earliest dawn, building her nest without delay. All things are ripe to hear her song, and now arrives the perfect day. Shall I then wait the autumn wind, compelled to seek a milder ray, and leave no empty nest behind, no wood still echoing to my lay? March 16th. The cabins of the settlers are the points whence radiate these rays of green and yellow and russet over the landscape. Out of these go the axes and spades with which the landscape is painted. How much is the Indian summer and the budding of spring related to the cottage? Have not the flight of the crow and the gyrations of the hawk a reference to that roof? The ducks alight at this season on the windward side of the river, in the smooth water, and swim about by 2s and 3s, pluming themselves and diving to peck at the root of the lily and the cranberries which the frost has not loosened. It is impossible to approach them within gunshot when they are accompanied by the gull, which rises sooner and makes them restless. They fly to windward first in order to get under way, and are more easily reached by the shot if approached on that side. When preparing to fly, they swim about with their heads erect, and then, gliding along a few feet with their bodies just touching the surface, rise heavily with much splashing and fly low at first, if not suddenly aroused, but otherwise rise directly to survey the danger. The cunning sportsman is not in haste to desert his position, but waits to ascertain if, having got themselves into flying trim, they will not return over the ground in their course to a new resting place. March 20th. In society, all the inspiration of my lonely hours seems to flow back on me, and then first have expression. Love never degrades its votaries, but lifts them up to higher walks of being. They overlook one another. All other charities are swallowed up in this. It is gift and reward both. We will have no vulgar Cupid for a go-between to make us the playthings of each other, but rather cultivate an irreconcilable hatred instead of this. March 21st. The world is a fit theatre today, in which any part may be acted. There is this moment proposed to me every kind of life that men can lead anywhere, or that imagination can paint. By another spring I may be a mail carrier in Peru, or a South African planter, or a Siberian exile, or a Greenland whaler, or a settler on the Columbia River, or a Canton merchant, or a soldier in Florida, or a mackerel fisher off Cape Sable, or a Robinson Crusoe in the Pacific, or a silent navigator of any sea. So wide is the choice of parts, what a pity if the part of Hamlet be left out. I am freer than any planet. No complaint reaches round the world. I could move away from public opinion, from government, from religion, from education, from society. Shall I be reckoned a rateable Pole in the county of Middlesex, or be rated at one spear under the palm trees of Guinea? Shall I raise corn and potatoes in Massachusetts, or figs and olives in Asia Minor? Sit out the day in my office in State Street, or ride it out on the steppes of Tartary? For my Brobdingnag I may sail to Patagonia, for my Lilliput to Lapland. In Arabia and Persia my day's adventures may surpass the Arabian Nights' entertainments. I may be a logger on the headwaters of the Penobscot, to be recorded in fable hereafter as an amphibious river god, by as sounding a name as Triton or Proteus, carry furs from Nootka to China, and so be more renowned than Jason and his golden fleece, or go on a South Sea exploring expedition, to be hereafter recounted along with the periplus of Hanno. I may repeat the adventures of Marco Polo or Mandeville. These are but few of my chances, and how many more things may I do with which there are none to be compared? Thank fortune, we are not rooted to the soil, and here is not all the world. The buckeye does not grow in New England. The mockingbird is rarely heard here. Why not keep pace with the day, and not allow of a sunset, nor fall behind the summer and the migration of birds? Shall we not compete with the buffalo, who keeps pace with the seasons, cropping the pastures of the Colorado till a greener and sweeter grass awaits him by the Yellowstone? The wild goose is more a cosmopolite than we. He breaks his fast in Canada, takes a luncheon in the Susquehanna, and plumes himself for the night in a Louisiana bayou. The pigeon carries an acorn in his crop from the King of Holland's to Mason and Dixon's line. Yet we think if rail fences are pulled down and stone walls set up on our farms, bounds are henceforth set to our lives and our fates decided. If you are chosen town clerk, forsooth, you can't go to Tierra del Fuego this summer. But what of all this? A man may gather his limbs snugly within the shell of a mammoth squash, with his back to the northeastern boundary, and not be unusually straightened after all. Our limbs, indeed, have room enough, but it is our souls that rust in a corner. Let us migrate interiorly without intermission, and pitch our tent each day nearer the western horizon. The really fertile soils and luxuriant prairies lie on this side the Alleghanies. There has been no Hanno of the affections. Their domain is untraveled ground to the Mogul's dominions. March 22nd. While I bask in the sun on the shores of Walden Pond, by this heat and this rustle I am absolved from all obligation to the past. The Council of Nations may reconsider their votes. The grating of a pebble annuls them. March 27th. How many are now standing on the European coast whom another spring will find located on the Red River or Wisconsin? Today we live an antediluvian life on our quiet homesteads, and tomorrow are transported to the turmoil and bustle of a crusading era. Think how finite, after all, the known world is. Money coined at Philadelphia is a legal tender over how much of it? You may carry ship biscuit, beef, and pork quite round to the place you set out from. England sends her felons to the other side for safekeeping and convenience. March 30th. Pray, what things interest me at present? A long, soaking rain, the drops trickling down the stubble while I lay drenched on a last year's bed of wild oats by the side of some bare hill ruminating. These things are of moment. To watch this crystal globe just sent from heaven to associate with me, while these clouds and this somber, drizzling weather shut all in, we two draw nearer and know one another. The gathering in of the clouds with the last rush and dying breath of the wind, and then the regular dripping of twigs and leaves the country o'er, the impression of inward comfort and sociableness, the drenched stubble and trees that drop beads on you as you pass, their dim outline seen through the rain on all sides, drooping in sympathy with yourself. These are my undisputed territory. This is nature's English comfort. The birds draw closer and are more familiar under the thick foliage, composing new strains on their roosts against the sunshine. April 4th. We look to windward for fair weather. April 8th. How shall I help myself? By withdrawing into the garret and associating with spiders and mice, determining to meet myself face to face sooner or later. Completely silent and attentive I will be this hour, and the next, and forever. The most positive life that history notices has been a constant retiring out of life, a wiping one's hands of it, seeing how mean it is, and having nothing to do with it. April 9th. I read in Cudworth how, quote, Origin determines that the stars do not make but signify, and that the heavens are a kind of divine volume, in whose characters they that are skilled may read or spell out human events. End quote. Nothing can be truer, and yet astrology is possible. Men seem to be just on the point of discerning a truth when the imposition is greatest. April 17th. Farewell, etiquette. My neighbor inhabits a hollow sycamore, and I a beech tree. What then becomes of morning calls with cards, and deference paid to door-knockers and front entries, and presiding at one's own table? April 19th. The infinite bustle of nature of a summer's noon, or her infinite silence of a summer's night, gives utterance to no dogma. They do not say to us even with a seer's assurance that this or that law is immutable, and so ever and only can the universe exist. But they are the indifferent occasion for all things and the annulment of all laws. April 20th. The universe will not wait to be explained. Whoever seriously attempts a theory of it is already behind his age. His yea has reserved no nay for the morrow. The wisest solution is no better than dissolution. Already the seer whispers his convictions to bare walls. No audience in the land can attend to them. An early morning walk is a blessing for the whole day. To my neighbors who have risen in mist and rain, I tell of a clear sunrise and the singing of birds as some traditionary mythus. I look back to those fresh but now remote hours as to the old dawn of time, when a simple and blooming health reigned, and every deed was simple and heroic. April 22nd. Thales was the first of the Greeks who taught that souls are immortal, and it takes equal wisdom to discern this old fact today. What the first philosopher taught, the last will have to repeat. The world makes no progress. I cannot turn on my heel in a carpeted room. What a gap in the morning is a breakfast! A supper supersedes the sunset. Methinks I hear the Rons des Vaches, and shall soon be tempted to desert. Will not one thick garment suffice for 3 thin ones? Then I shall be less compound, and can lay my hand on myself in the dark. May 14th. A kind act or gift lays us under obligation not so much to the giver as to truth and love. We must then be truer and kinder ourselves. Just in proportion to our sense of the kindness and pleasure at it is the debt paid. What is it to be grateful but to be gratified, to be pleased? The nobly poor will dissolve all obligations by nobly accepting a kindness. If we are not sensible of kindness, then indeed we incur a debt. Not to be pleased by generous deeds at any time, though done to another, but to sit crabbedly silent in a corner, what is it but a voluntary imprisonment for debt? It is to see the world through a grating. Not to let the light of virtuous actions shine on us at all times through every crevice is to live in a dungeon. War is the sympathy of concussion. We would fain rub one against another. Its rub may be friction merely, but it would rather be titillation. We discover in the quietest scenes how faithfully war has copied the moods of peace. Men do not peep into heaven, but they see embattled hosts there. Milton's heaven was a camp. When the sun bursts through the morning fog, I seem to hear the din of war louder than when his chariot thundered on the plains of Troy. Every man is a warrior when he aspires. He marches on his post. The soldier is the practical idealist. He has no sympathy with matter. He revels in the annihilation of it. So do we at all times. When a freshet destroys the works of man, or a fire consumes them, or a Lisbon earthquake shakes them down, our sympathy with persons is swallowed up in a wider sympathy with the universe. A crash is apt to grate agreeably on our ears. Let not the faithful sorrow that he has no ear for the more fickle harmonies of creation, if he is awake to the slower measure of virtue and truth. If his pulse does not beat in unison with the musician's quips and turns, it accords with the pulse beat of the ages. June 11th. We had appointed Saturday, August 31st, 1839, for the commencement of our White Mountain expedition. We awoke to a warm drizzling rain which threatens delay to our plans. But at length the leaves and grass are dried, and it comes out a mild afternoon of such a sober serenity and freshness that nature herself seems maturing some greater scheme of her own. All things wear the aspect of a fertile idleness. It is the eventide of the soul. After this long dripping and oozing from every pore, nature begins to respire again more healthily than ever. So, with a vigorous shove, we launch our boat from the bank, while the flags and bulrushes curtsy a Godspeed, and drop silently down the stream, as if we had launched our bark in the sluggish current of our thoughts, and were bound no whither. Gradually the village murmur subsides, as when one falls into a placid dream, and on its lethe tide is floated from the past into the future, or as silently as fresh thoughts awaken us to new morning or evening light. Our boat was built like a fisherman's dory, with thole-pins for 4 oars. Below it was green, with a border of blue, as if out of courtesy to the green sea and the blue heavens. It was well calculated for service, but of consequence difficult to be dragged over shoal places or carried round falls. A boat should have a sort of life and independence of its own. It is a sort of amphibious animal, a creature of 2 elements, a fish to swim and a bird to fly, related by 1/2 of its structure to some swift and shapely fish, and by the other to some strong-winged and graceful bird. The fins of the fish will tell where to set the oars, and the tail gives some hint for the form and position of the rudder. And so may we learn where there should be the greatest breadth of beam and depth in the hold. The bird will show how to rig and trim the sails, and what form to give to the prow, that it may balance the boat and divide the air and water best. The boat took to the water. From of old there had been a tacit league struck between these 2, and now it gladly availed itself of the old law that the heavier shall float the lighter. 2 masts had we provided, one to serve for a tent pole at night, and likewise other slender poles, that we might exchange the tedium of rowing for poling in shallow reaches. At night we lay on a buffalo skin under a tent of drilled cotton 8 feet high and as many in diameter, which effectually defended from dampness. So short a step is it from tiled roofs to drilled cotton, from carpeted floors to a buffalo skin. There were a few berries left still on the hills, hanging with brave content on the slenderest threads. As the night stole over, Such a freshness stole across the meadow that every blade of cut grass seemed to teem with life. We stole noiselessly down the stream, occasionally driving a pickerel from the covert of the pads or a bream from her nest, and the small green bittern would now and then sail away on sluggish wings from some recess of the shore. With its patient study by rocks and sandy capes, has it wrested the whole of her secret from nature yet? It has looked out from its dull eye for so long, standing on one leg, on moon and stars sparkling through silence and dark. And now what a rich experience it is! What says it of stagnant pools and reeds and damp night fogs? It would be worth while to look in the eye which has been open and seeing at such hours and in such solitudes. When I behold that dull yellowish green, I wonder if my own soul is not a bright invisible green. I would fain lay my eye side by side with its and learn of it. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, 1840, at the age of 22 to 23, Part 3 of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3. June 14th.
Logos tu ergo aneuhyles, Aristotle's definition of art. Hochresen wein nou ante, Chaldaic oracles. Egoi mi panto gegonon, gaion, gaesumenon, caetonemum peplon udins botnetos apocalypsen. Inscription upon the temple at Sais. Plotinus aimed at epapen and Baruncian epistemes gretona, and to hauton kendron to hyum panton kendro synaptein. Melle to theondesti to euton physei. Euripides in Orestes.
The right reason is in part divine, in part human. The second can be expressed, but no language can translate the first. Empedocles. In glory and in joy, behind his plough, upon the mountainside. I seemed to see the woods wave on 100 mountains as I read these lines, and the distant rustling of their leaves reached my ear. June 15th. I stood by the river today, considering the forms of the elms reflected in the water. For every oak and birch, too, growing on the hilltop, as well as for elms and willows, there is a graceful ethereal tree making down from the roots, as it were the original idea of the tree, and sometimes nature in high tides brings her mirror to its foot and makes it visible. Anxious nature sometimes reflects from pools and puddles the objects which our groveling senses may fail to see, relieved against the sky with the pure ether for background. It would be well if we saw ourselves as in perspective always, impressed with distinct outline on the sky, side by side with the shrubs on the river's brim. So let our life stand to heaven as some fair sunlit tree against the western horizon, and by sunrise be planted on some eastern hill to glisten in the first rays of the dawn. why always insist that men incline to the moral side of their being? Our life is not all moral. Surely its actual phenomena deserve to be studied impartially. The science of human nature has never been attempted, as the science of nature has. The dry light has never shone on it. Neither physics nor metaphysics have touched it. We have not yet met with a sonnet, genial and affectionate, to profane swearing, breaking on the still night air perhaps, like the hoarse croak of some bird. Noxious weeds and stagnant waters have their lovers, and the utterer of oaths must have honeyed lips, and be another Attic bee after a fashion, for only prevalent and essential harmony and beauty can employ the laws of sound and of light. June 16th. The river down which we glided for that long afternoon was like a clear drop of dew with the heavens and the landscape reflected in it. And as evening drew on, faint purple clouds began to be reflected in its water, and the cowbells tinkled louder and more incessantly on the banks, and like shy water rats we stole along near the shore, looking out for a place to pitch our camp. It seems insensibly to grow lighter as night shuts in. The furthest hamlet begins to be revealed, which before lurked in the shade of the noon. It twinkles now through the trees like some fair evening star darting its ray across valley and wood. Would it not be a luxury to stand up to one's chin in some retired swamp for a whole summer's day, scenting the sweet fern and bilberry blows, and lulled by the minstrelsy of gnats and mosquitoes? A day passed in the society of those Greek sages, such as described in the banquet of Xenophon, would not be comparable with the dry wit of decayed cranberry vines and the fresh Attic salt of the moss beds. Say 12 hours of genial and familiar converse with the leopard frog, the sun to rise behind alder and dogwood, and climb buoyantly to his meridian of 3 hands' breadth, and finally sink to rest behind some bold western hummock. To hear the evening chant of the mosquito from 1,000 green chapels, and the bittern begin to boom from his concealed fort like a sunset gun. Surely one may as profitably be soaked in the juices of a marsh for one day as pick his way dry-shod over sand. Cold and damp, are they not as rich experience as warmth and dryness? So is not shade as good as sunshine, night as day? Why be eagles and thrushes always, and owls and whippoorwills never? I am pleased to see the landscape through the bottom of a tumbler. It is clothed in such a mild, quiet light, and the barns and fences checker and partition it with new regularity. These rough and uneven fields stretch away with lawn-like smoothness to the horizon. The clouds are finely distinct and picturesque, the light blue sky contrasting with their feathery whiteness. They are fit drapery to hang over Persia. The smith's shop, resting in such a Grecian light, is worthy to stand beside the Parthenon. The potato and grain fields are such gardens as he imagines who has schemes of ornamental husbandry. If I were to write of the dignity of the farmer's life, I would behold his farms and crops through a tumbler. All the occupations of men are ennobled so. Our eyes, too, are convex lenses, but we do not learn with the eyes. They introduce us, and we learn after by converse with things. June 17th. Our lives will not attain to be spherical by lying on one or the other side forever, but only by resigning ourselves to the law of gravity in us will our axis become coincident with the celestial axis, and only by revolving incessantly through all circles shall we acquire a perfect sphericity. Men are inclined to lay the chief stress on likeness and not on difference. We seek to know how a thing is related to us, and not if it is strange. We call those bodies warm whose temperature is many degrees below our own, and never those cold which are warmer than we. There are many degrees of warmth below blood heat, but none of cold above it. Even the motto, "Business before friends," admits of a high interpretation. No interval of time can avail to defer friendship. The concerns of time must be attended to in time. I need not make haste to explore the whole secret of a star. If it were vanished quite out of the firmament, so that no telescope could longer discover it, I should not despair of knowing it entirely one day. We meet our friend with a certain awe, as if he had just lighted on the earth, and yet as if we had some title to be acquainted with him by our old familiarity with sun and moon. June 18th. I should be pleased to meet man in the woods. I wish he were to be encountered like wild caribous and moose. I am startled when I consider how little I am actually concerned about the things I write in my journal. Think of the universal history, and then tell me, when did burdock and plantain sprout first? A fair land indeed do books spread open to us, from the Genesis down. But alas, men do not take them up kindly into their own being, and breathe into them a fresh beauty, knowing that the grimmest of them belongs to such warm sunshine and still moonlight as the present. Of what consequence whether I stand on London Bridge for the next century, or look into the depths of this bubbling spring which I have laid open with my hoe? June 19th. The other day I rowed in my boat a free, even lovely young lady, and as I plied the oars, she sat in the stern, and there was nothing but she between me and the sky. So might all our lives be picturesque if they were free enough, but mean relations and prejudices intervene to shut out the sky, and we never see a man as simple and distinct as the man weathercock on a steeple. The faint bugle notes which I hear in the west seem to flash on the horizon like heat lightning. Cows low in the street, more friendly than ever, and the note of the whippoorwill, borne over the fields, is the voice with which the woods and moonlight woo me. I shall not soon forget the sounds which lulled me when falling asleep on the banks of the Merrimack. Far into night I hear some tyro beating a drum incessantly with a view to some country muster, and am thrilled by an infinite sweetness as of music which the breeze drew from the sinews of war. I think of the line, when the drum beat at dead of night. How I wish it would wake the whole world to march to its melody, but still it drums on alone in the silence and the dark. Cease not, thou drummer of the night, thou too shalt have thy reward. The stars and the firmament hear thee, and their aisles shall echo thy beat till its call is answered, and the forces are mustered. The universe is attentive as a little child to thy sound, and trembles as if each stroke bounded against an elastic vibrating firmament. I should be contented if the night never ended, for in the darkness heroism will not be deferred, and I see fields where no hero has couched his lance. June 20th. Perfect sincerity and transparency make a great part of beauty, as in dewdrops, lakes, and diamonds. A spring is a cynosure in the fields. All Muscovy glitters in the minute particles of mica on its bottom, and the ripples cast their shadows flickeringly on the white sand, as the clouds which flit across the landscape. Something like the woodland sounds will be heard to echo through the leaves of a good book. Sometimes I hear the fresh emphatic note of the oven-bird, and am tempted to turn many pages. Sometimes the hurried chuckling sound of the squirrel when he dives into the wall. If we only see clearly enough how mean our lives are, they will be splendid enough. Let us remember not to strive upwards too long, but sometimes drop plumb down the other way and wallow in meanness. From the deepest pit we may see the stars, if not the sun. Let us have presence of mind enough to sink when we can't swim. At any rate, a carcass had better lie on the bottom than float an offense to all nostrils. It will not be falling, for we shall ride wide of the earth's gravity as a star, and always be drawn upward still. Semper cadendo nunquam cadit. And so, by yielding to universal gravity, at length become fixed stars. Praise begins when things are seen partially. We begin to praise when we begin to see that a thing needs our assistance. When the heavens are obscured to us, and nothing noble or heroic appears, but we are oppressed by imperfection and shortcoming on all hands, we are apt to suck our thumbs and decry our fates. As if nothing were to be done in cloudy weather, or, if heaven were not accessible by the upper road, men would not find out a lower. Sometimes I feel so cheap that I am inspired, and could write a poem about it. But straightway I cannot, for I am no longer mean. Let me know that I am ailing, and I am well. We should not always beat off the impression of trivialness, but make haste to welcome and cherish it. Water the weed till it blossoms. With cultivation it will bear fruit. There are two ways to victory, to strive bravely or to yield. How much pain the last will save we have not yet learned. June 21st. I shall not soon forget my first night in a tent. How the distant barking of dogs for so many still hours revealed to me the riches of the night. Who would not be a dog and bay the moon? I never feel that I am inspired unless my body is also. It too spurns a tame and commonplace life. They are fatally mistaken who think, while they strive with their minds, that they may suffer their bodies to stagnate in luxury or sloth. The body is the first proselyte the soul makes. Our life is but the soul made known by its fruits, the body. The whole duty of man may be expressed in one line: make to yourself a perfect body. June 22nd. What a man knows, that he does. It is odd that people will wonder how Shakespeare could write as he did without knowing Latin or Greek or geography, as if these were of more consequence than to know how to whistle. They are not backward to recognize genius, how it dispenses with those furtherances which others require, leaps where they crawl, and yet they never cease to marvel that so it was, that it was genius and helped itself. Nothing can shock a truly brave man but dullness. One can tolerate many things. What mean these sly, suspicious looks, as if you were an odd fish, a piece of crockery-ware to be tenderly handled? Surely people forget how many rebuffs every man has experienced in his day. Perhaps has fallen into a horse pond, eaten freshwater clams, or worn one shirt for a week without washing. Cannot a man be as calmly tolerant as a potato field in the sun, whose equanimity is not disturbed by Scotch thistles over the wall, but there it smiles and waxes till the harvest, let thistles mount never so high? You cannot receive a shock unless you have an electric affinity for that which shocks you. Have no affinity for what is shocking. Do not present a gleaming edge to ward off harm, for that will oftenest attract the lightning, but rather be the all-pervading ether which the lightning does not strike but purify. Then will the rudeness or profanity of your companion be like a flash across the face of your sky, lighting up and revealing its serene depths. Earth cannot shock the heavens, but its dull vapor and foul smoke make a bright cloud spot in the ether, and anon the sun, like a cunning artificer, will cut and paint it, and set it for a jewel in the breast of the sky. When we are shocked at vice, we express a lingering sympathy with it. Dry rot, rust, and mildew shock no man, for none is subject to them. June 23rd. We Yankees are not so far from right, who answer one question by asking another. Yes and no are lies. A true answer will not aim to establish anything, but rather to set all well afloat. All answers are in the future, and day answereth to day. Do we think we can anticipate them? In Latin, to respond is to pledge one's self before the gods to do faithfully and honorably, as a man should in any case. This is good. Music soothes the din of philosophy and lightens incessantly over the heads of sages. How can the language of the poet be more expressive than nature? He is content that what he has already read in simple characters, or indifferently in all, be translated into the same again. He is the true artist, whose life is his material. Every stroke of the chisel must enter his own flesh and bone, and not grate dully on marble. The Springs. What is any man's discourse to me, if I am not sensible of something in it as steady and cheery as the creak of the crickets? In it the woods must be relieved against the sky. Men tire me when I am not constantly greeted and cheered in their discourse, as it were by the flux of sparkling streams. I cannot see the bottom of the sky, because I cannot see to the bottom of myself. It is the symbol of my own infinity. My eye penetrates as far into the ether as that depth is inward from which my contemporary thought springs. Not by constraint or severity shall you have access to true wisdom, but by abandonment and childlike mirthfulness. If you would know aught, be gay before it. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 4, 1840 at the age of 22 to 23, Part 4, of the Journal of Henry David Thoreau, Volume 1, 1837 to 1846. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 4. June 24th. When I read Cudworth, I find I can tolerate all: atomists, pneumatologists, atheists, theists, Plato, Aristotle, Leucippus, Democritus, and Pythagoras. It is the attitude of these men, more than any communication, which charms me. It is so rare to find a man musing. But between them and their commentators there is an endless dispute. But if it come to that you compare notes, then you are all wrong. As it is, each takes me up into the serene heavens and paints earth and sky. Any sincere thought is irresistible. It lifts us to the zenith, whither the smallest bubble rises as surely as the largest. Dr. Cudworth does not consider that the belief in a deity is as great a heresy as exists. Epicurus held that the gods were of human form, yet were so thin and subtle as that, comparatively with our terrestrial bodies, they might be called incorporeal, they having not so much carnem as quasi-carnem, nor sanguinem as quasi-sanguinem, a certain kind of aerial or ethereal flesh and blood. This, which Cudworth pronounces romantical, is plainly as good doctrine as his own. As if any sincere thought were not the best sort of truth. There is no doubt but the highest morality in the books is rhymed or measured, is, in form as well as substance, poetry. Such is the scripture of all nations. If I were to compile a volume to contain the condensed wisdom of mankind, I should quote no rhythmless line. Not all the wit of a college can avail to make one harmonious line. It never happens. It may get so as to jingle, but a jingle is akin to a jar, jars regularly recurring. So delicious is plain speech to my ears, as if I were to be more delighted by the whistling of the shot than frightened by the flying of the splinters, I am content, I fear, to be quite battered down and made a ruin of. I outgeneral myself when I direct the enemy to my vulnerable points. The loftiest utterance of love is, perhaps, sublimely satirical. Sympathy with what is sound makes sport of what is unsound. Cliffs, evening. Though the sun set a quarter of an hour ago, his rays are still visible, darting halfway to the zenith. That glowing morrow in the west flashes on me like a faint presentiment of morning when I am falling asleep. A dull mist comes rolling from the west, as if it were the dust which day has raised. A column of smoke is rising from the woods yonder to uphold heaven's roof till the light comes again. The landscape, by its patient resting there, teaches me that all good remains with him that waiteth, and that I shall sooner overtake the dawn by remaining here than by hurrying over the hills of the west. Morning and evening are as like as brother and sister. The sparrow and thrush sing, and the frogs peep for both. The woods breathe louder and louder behind me. With what hurry-scurry night takes place! The wagon rattling over yonder bridge is the messenger which day sends back to night. But the dispatches are sealed. In its rattle the village seems to say, "This one sound, and I have done." Red, then, is day's color. At least it is the color of his heel. He is stepping westward. We only notice him when he comes and when he goes. With noble perseverance the dog bays the stars yonder. I too, like thee, walk alone in this strange familiar night, my voice, like thine, beating against its friendly concave, and barking I hear only my own voice. 10 o'clock. June 25th. Let me see no other conflict but with prosperity. If my path run on before me level and smooth, it is all a mirage. In reality, it is steep and arduous as a chamois pass. I will not let the years roll over me like a juggernaut car. We will warm us at each other's fire. Friendship is not such a cold, refining process as a double sieve, but a glowing furnace in which all impurities are consumed. Men have learnt to touch before they scrutinize, to shake hands and not to stare. June 26th. The best poetry has never been written, for when it might have been, the poet forgot it, and when it was too late, remembered it, or when it might have been, the poet remembered it, and when it was too late, forgot it. The highest condition of art is artlessness. Truth is always paradoxical. He will get to the goal first who stands stillest. There is one let better than any help, and that is let alone. By sufferance you may escape suffering. He who resists not at all will never surrender. When a dog runs at you, whistle for him. Say, "Not so," and you will outcircle the philosophers. Stand outside the wall, and no harm can reach you. The danger is that you will be walled in with it. June 27th. I am living this 27th of June, 1840, a dull, cloudy day, and no sun shining. The clink of the smith's hammer sounds feebly over the roofs, and the wind is sighing gently as if dreaming of cheerfuller days. The farmer is ploughing in yonder field. Craftsmen are busy in the shops. The trader stands behind the counter, and all works go steadily forward. But I will have nothing to do. I will tell Fortune that I play no game with her, and she may reach me in my Asia of serenity and indolence if she can. For an impenetrable shield, stand inside yourself. He was no artist, but an artisan who first made shields of brass. Unless we meet religiously, we profane one another. What was the consecrated ground round the temple we have used is no better than a domestic court. Our friends is as holy a shrine as any god's, to be approached with sacred love and awe. Veneration is the measure of love. Our friend answers ambiguously, and sometimes before the question is propounded, like the oracle of Delphi. He forbears to ask explanation, but doubts and surmises darkly with full faith as we silently ponder our fates. In no presence are we so susceptible to shame. Our hour is a Sabbath, our abode a temple, our gifts peace offerings, our conversation a communion, our silence a prayer. In profanity we are absent, in holiness near, in sin estranged, in innocence reconciled. June 28th. The profane never hear music. The holy ever hear it. It is God's voice, the divine breath audible. Where it is heard, there is a Sabbath. It is omnipotent. All things obey it as they obey virtue. It is the herald of virtue. It passes by sorrow, for grief hangs its harp on the willows. June 29th. Of all phenomena, my own race are the most mysterious and undiscoverable. For how many years have I striven to meet one, even on common manly ground, and have not succeeded? June 30th. I sailed from Fair Haven last evening as gently and steadily as the clouds sail through the atmosphere. The wind came blowing blithely from the southwest fields, and stepped into the folds of our sail like a winged horse, pulling with a strong and steady impulse. The sail bends gently to the breeze, as swells some generous impulse of the heart, and anon flutters and flaps with a kind of human suspense. I could watch the motions of a sail forever, they are so rich and full of meaning. I watch the play of its pulse, as if it were my own blood beating there. The varying temperature of distant atmospheres is graduated on its scale. It is a free, buoyant creature, the bauble of the heavens and the earth. A gay pastime the air plays with it. If it swells and tugs, it is because the sun lays his windy finger on it. The breeze it plays with has been outdoors so long. So thin is it, and yet so full of life. So noiseless when it labors hardest, so noisy and impatient when least serviceable. So am I blown on by God's breath, so flutter and flap, and fill gently out with the breeze. In this fresh evening, each blade and leaf looks as if it had been dipped in an icy liquid greenness. Let eyes that ache come here and look. The sight will be a sovereign eye water, or else wait and bathe them in the dark. We go forth into the fields, and there the wind blows freshly onward and still on, and we must make new efforts not to be left behind. What does the dogged wind intend, that, like a wilful cur, it will not let me turn aside to rest or content? Must it always reprove and provoke me, and never welcome me as an equal? The truth shall prevail, and falsehood discover itself, as long as the wind blows on the hills. A man's life should be a stately march to a sweet but unheard music, and when to his fellows it shall seem irregular and inharmonious, he will only be stepping to a livelier measure, or his nicer ear hurry him into 1,000 symphonies and concordant variations. There will be no halt ever, but at most a marching on his post, or such a pause as is richer than any sound, when the melody runs into such depth and wildness as to be no longer heard, but implicitly consented to with the whole life and being. He will take a false step never, even in the most arduous times, for then the music will not fail to swell into greater sweetness and volume, and itself rule the movement it inspired. I have a deep sympathy with war. It so apes the gait and bearing of the soul. Value and effort are as much coincident as weight and a tendency to fall. In a very wide but true sense, effort is the deed itself, and it is only when these sensible stuffs intervene that our attention is distracted from the deed to the accident. It is never the deed men praise, but some marble or canvas which are only a staging to the real work. July 1st. To be a man is to do a man's work. Always our resource is to endeavor. We may well say success to our endeavors. Effort is the prerogative of virtue. The true laborer is recompensed by his labor, not by his employer. Industry is its own wages. Let us not suffer our hands to lose one jot of their handiness by looking behind to a mean recompense, knowing that our true endeavor cannot be thwarted, nor we be cheated of our earnings unless by not earning them. The true poem is not that which the public read. There is always a poem not printed on paper, coincident with the production of this which is stereotyped in the poet's life, is what he has become through his work. Some symbol of value may shape itself to the senses in wood or marble or verse, but this is fluctuating as the laborer's hire, which may or may not be withheld. His very material is not material, but supernatural. Perhaps the hugest and most effective deed may have no sensible result at all on earth, but paint itself in the heavens in new stars and constellations. Its very material lies out of nature. When, in rare moments, we strive wholly with one consent, which we call a yearning, we may not hope that our work will stand in any artist's gallery. Let not the artist expect that his true work will stand in any prince's gallery. July 2nd. I am not taken up, like Moses, upon a mountain to learn the law, but lifted up in my seat here in the warm sunshine and genial light. Those who are ready to go are already invited. Neither men nor things have any true mode of invitation but to be inviting. Can that be a task which all things abet, and to postpone which is to strive against nature? July 3rd. When Alexander appears, the Hercynian and Dodonian woods seem to wave a welcome to him. Do not thoughts and men's lives enrich the earth and change the aspect of things as much as a new growth of wood? What are Godfrey and Gonsalvo unless we breathe a life into them, and reenact their exploits as a prelude to our own? The past is only so heroic as we see it. It is the canvas on which our conception of heroism is painted, the dim prospectus of our future field. We are dreaming of what we are to do. The last sunrise I witnessed seemed to outshine the splendor of all preceding ones, and I was convinced that it behooved man to dawn as freshly, and with equal promise and steadiness advance into the career of life, with as lofty and serene a countenance to move onward through his midday to a yet fairer and more promising setting. Has the day grown old when it sets? And shall men wear out sooner than the sun? In the crimson colors of the west I discern the budding hues of dawn. To my western brother it is rising pure and bright, as it did to me. But the evening exhibits in the still rear of day the beauty which through morning and noon escaped me. When we are oppressed by the heat and turmoil of the noon, let us remember that the sun which scorches us with brazen beams is gilding the hills of morning and awaking the woodland choirs for other men. We will have a dawn and noon and serene sunset in ourselves. What we call the gross atmosphere of evening is the accumulated deed of the day, which absorbs the rays of beauty and shows more richly than the naked promise of the dawn. By earnest toil in the heat of the noon, let us get ready a rich western blaze against the evening of our lives. Low-thoughted, plodding men have come and camped in my neighbor's fields tonight, with camp music and bustle. Their bugle instantly finds a sounding board in the heavens, though mean lips blow it. The sky is delighted with strains which the connoisseur rejects. It seems to say, "Now is this my own earth." In music are the centripetal and centrifugal forces. The universe needed only to hear a divine harmony, that every star might fall into its proper place and assume a true sphericity. End of Chapter 4, Part 4.